jump scare. Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Potentially for some of you, maybe. If you're on the opposite side of the globe, potentially. We're all rocking. We're all representing from all different corners of the earth, of the globe. So freaking hey, shout out. Thank you guys so much for joining. Oh my gosh, for showing up and showing out. I am enjoying seeing everybody roll call hopping in the early gang. What's up, Nico, Sean, Charlie, Chop, Colin? Oh my gosh, let's get it. I love when I stream early so that we can actually have Colin grace us with his presence. Stanley's, Emery's, Danny, oh my gosh, squad's here. I think I saw Daddy Josh. Oizen, I'm so sorry, I'm probably pronouncing your name, so feel free to let me know and call me on that. CB, what's up, what's up? We had Jason Olsen and LOL Caver up in the early squad too, catching Z's. Let's get it. 7 p.m. in Scotland. Okay, so it is the evening for some of you. Patrick Kelly, what's up, what's up? Nice outline, thank you, yes. So as y'all can see, jump scare yet again. How are we doing today? I'm doing fabulous, y'all. It is a perfect, conditions are prime. It's cloudy and gloomy and foggy and dreary in Los Angeles today, and those, if you're a fellow artist or if you just are introverted and enjoy not leaving your house like me, those are the perfect conditions for being cooped up all day and just being creative, letting the creative juices flowing. And that's what we're here, we're getting back at it. So yes, we'll be here again all day. Now that I knew, I was not anticipating to go for friggin' 5 hours this time last week, but I also was not anticipating you guys to enjoy this as much as you did. Literally, I cannot even, before we even get in, I can't even express to you guys, I, in hindsight, feel stupid for the fact that I ever had hesitation about doing this. This time last week when I was setting up the stream, getting everything ready, I was like shaking, heart was pounding. I was like, oh my god, I'm really freaking nervous. There's gonna be like one person here the whole time. Like, I was genuinely so nervous, and then that turned into one of like the best streams in the history of this channel, and that is because of you guys. Because Lord knows I spent the whole time freaking accidentally dropping the F-bomb twice. Talking about Harambe, talking about Blackfish, talking about the most random things under the sun, talking about freaking, we covered, y'all got so much of my lore, of the canonical history, of the inner workings of why what goes on up here translates to down here on the page, how we're trying to get those creative juices flowing, what inspires me. So if y'all sat through, some of you guys, Nico, like some of you guys were here for the entirety of that last week, so freaking shout out, represent. Super happy to be here and supporting a fellow artist once again. Yes, thank you, Nico. I could not have done it without you. Truly, your art is insane. Don't overthink it. Thank you, Chop. I missed cat dropping F-bombs. Oh my god, yeah. I accidentally dropped 2. We were talking about Blackfish. Because last week's painting was also very animal inspired, as is today's. As you can see, it's kind of a recurring theme, nature, the human figure, all that stuff. Very different piece though, and in some ways I'm actually rocking with this piece more, even though it's going to prove to be a little bit more work. So don't be discouraged, because it already definitely looks like, what, you already did so much. No, this was just to have some bare bones, something to show for it, so you guys weren't going to get bored out of your skulls watching me just try to fill in the paper, try to get something going. This is now where it's really gonna kick in. We still have a ways to go. I know I sat down last week with the intention of finishing that piece. We'll see what happens today. But yes, who knows, if I get cooking again, if I get up in my feels, we could be reprising last week's accidental F-bombs. Oh god, it was something. Where was the second one? Oh, because there was one towards the beginning and one towards the end, so I don't know where the exact timestamps are to redirect you back to last week's stream, but it was funny. That's how you guys know. It's a sign of the times. It's a sign of the times and a sign of the fact that I'm getting overly comfortable with y'all. We're all friends here now at this point. If I'm showing you guys this, then that means I'm willing to, might as well be willing to drop the F-bomb in front of you guys and not feel shame. Does that mean I'm gonna do it today? No, I'm gonna try to reel it in. I'm gonna try to actually censor myself, but we were just talking so passionately about so many things last week. We covered so much interesting ground, so who knows what the frick. Maybe I'll turn this into like, I don't know, a recurring paint podcast in a way, because I'm still obviously just doing a test run right now. You know, we're still kind of in beta mode of what this is going to become on the channel, but because of your guys' amazing reception, I would love to keep doing this regularly. Like, truly, I thought last week's stream was going to be one and done, or that nobody was going to show up and I was going to just prematurely end the stream to save my dignity. But you guys showed up and showed out, and we finished that piece together, and I just felt so amazing and just motivated and invigorated, and just, I can't even thank y'all enough. So I would love to turn this into like I said at the beginning of last week's stream. So if you don't know, I prefaced last week's stream. Oh, Matt's Tube, thank you. That's so generous of you. It is art day. Here's a little bit for paint supplies. Oh my gosh, that's so generous of you, Matt. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, shout out. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Like, seriously, again, you guys are just showing up and showing out. I do need beer chop. Oh my gosh, maybe we'll do some late night beard. For those, if you know, you know. Maybe we'll do some late night painting streams and we'll have our beer like we had in our Andor finale pregame. Oh my god. When I went back and watched that stream, y'all, I kind of shuddered, because I was like, oh my god, this really did look like I was drinking an IPA the entire time, which is just hysterical. And thankfully the YouTube overlords didn't demonetize us for that. In spite of that. Probably because I clarified 1,000 times that it was just flavored water, because I'm just a wuss. We should do a happy hour stream. We should. Our colored water. Exactly, Daddy Josh. What the frick was I saying? Forgot what train of thought I was on. But anyway, we'll get into what the frick this piece is. So similar theme. Different vibe. Oh, what I was saying, to quickly disclaim, yes, I remembered. If you weren't here at the beginning of last week's stream, and I mentioned it a few times throughout, I would love for this to become a regular thing on the channel, because I'm trying to get back in touch with my own just self-accountability as an artist. For so long, I like shoved personal art like this on the back burner, and years went by and I just was not making any paintings. Nor did I even think I was going to be able to kind of reconnect with that corner of my brain that likes to be conceptual and draw inspo from my life to just try to conceive of something to paint, because that was always my biggest struggle. Always. It's like I always needed an assignment. I needed my teacher to tell me what to do, you know? If you set up a still life for me, I'll do it, and I'll knock it out, you know? Like, that's kind of how I operated for so long. I just needed somebody to give me the play-by-play, the rundown of what you want the composition to be, and I'll do it. So that's why commissions are great, because that's exactly, it solves that problem. But in terms of getting back in touch with my own ideas and what I want to paint and draw and work on, and what I'm inspired by, I kind of had lost touch with that. And it just was feeling like I had lost a part of myself. So this is my effort to get back to that, because I had mentioned at the beginning of last week's stream that I'm contemplating. I'm not contemplating, I'm full-fledged. I would like to go back to grad school to get my master's degree in illustration in another art-related field. And I need a portfolio to apply with if I want to do that. So this is my last-ditch effort to try to create a solid amount of paintings to apply before this fall. And this is number 2. This is number 2. So that being said, if this does become a regular thing on this channel, we may have to spice it up and do some happy hour streams, happy hour paint streams, late night owl paint streams with some flavored water. Who knows? But yes, so that is all to say that I wanted to try to just even see, like I said, this is the beta stage of seeing if people even enjoyed watching this type of stuff on the channel. Now that you guys have received this so positively, I would love to freaking make this a regular thing. Because like I said, we gotta whip out a ton of these, y'all. I gotta get locked in. And this is a great form of accountability in a way, if I can double dip and make content out of it and hold myself accountable. And just give you guys a further sneak peek on the inner workings of my psyche. Then why the frick not, you know? Kind of diversify the channel, that's another thing too. Just see how people enjoy content that is... Because so much of my content is, I know it to be true, I'll say it, you know, reactionary content. You're not necessarily taking your own ideas. You're springboarding off of something else. If you're offering commentary, sure. Which is why I try to always balance my reactions with like a proportionate amount of my own just commentary to offer something, to contribute something of my own original thought processes into those videos. But for the most part, like, I understand, I know it, that reactions are some of the easiest content out there. So this is also in an effort to try to diversify the channel in that regards and show that, hey, I can do things too. I know I sit and watch other people's art all the time, but I can make my own. So yes. Oh, I'm back from a lovely holiday in Cyprus. Got a nice tan. Okay. Just casually going on holiday in Cyprus. Very fun. Maybe I could vote on painting, like, what our next thing could be. Yeah, I thought about that. Have I ever tried to paint while intoxicated? I have not. I'm seeing a lot of people ask who this is and suggesting that she looks like me. And that's okay, because I did use a different reference photo. Foggy, what's up? I feel like I have a lisp when I say your name. Foggy! I feel like I'm like a 3-year-old toddler learning how to speak for the first time. They are Stanleys! Stanleys! You freaking guessed it. So, yes, but now that I've gotten through the early stages, the disclaimers of what we're doing here, why we have all gathered here today, let's get past the jump scare once again. This one's not as macabre, I don't think, as last week's piece, because last week's piece was fueled, as you guys know, by so much more personal attachment to it, personal motivation, whereas this one, where did I get the inspiration from this? I think it started with this idea. How the frick did this one start? I had a vision of, like, similar to last week's. Like, I pretty much just cannibalize my own ideas. That's also half the only way I can come up with stuff. I love to just create, like, diptychs, which this is going to be part of one eventually, I think. I love to create diptychs, or kind of just like double pieces that are all inspired by each other, that kind of feel like they belong in the same family, because I just have to recycle my own ideas if I have them. Because sometimes it's rare if I have them, you know. So last week's piece, we were working on the kind of the rib cage and the breastplate and whatnot, and how that turned into the nest for the eaglets. And so I was in a similar vein thinking about, I had this thought that just popped into my head, this concept of, because we'd been focusing on the chest anatomy, I was like, oh, what if I had, like, the heart was like an apple or something hanging off of a branch? You know, like, sometimes it's like just stupid surface level ideas like that, and then I'm like, okay, well, I have to conceptualize this more. Like, why would I want to make that? How can I add on to that? And then I think the idea of doing an apple evolved into a pomegranate. And then I was looking up symbolism of pomegranates, and that they can be indicative of Persephone. So yeah, Stanley's knows your mythology. Because Persephone, she ate pomegranate seeds, and that's how Hades, she became bound to him. If you know of the myth of Persephone and Hades, he's the lord of the underworld, and she became his bride, even though he's also kind of her uncle. You know how it was. They were rocking Targaryen style in mythological times. They didn't care so much about familial relations. So yes, so then I was like, okay, that's how the idea evolved into, oh, well, it'll be focused on Persephone. And so she's also representative of fertility in the agricultural sense, I think, because I actually didn't know this because I was doing research for how I could properly, if I do a piece like this that's inspired by actual stories or mythology, I want to make sure I'm adapting it correctly and utilizing the symbolism properly. So in my research, I never knew this. The whole thought process is that she kind of had like half custody in the real world and in the underworld with Hades. And when she would go to the underworld to fulfill her oath there, it would be wintertime. I think, if I'm repeating this correctly, like that was when it was cold and dreary, crops dry up, the ground isn't fertile, and when she would return, when she would get to come back and chill up top, come back to the surface, that's when it becomes like spring, and the earth is fruitful and whatnot, and that's when harvest can begin. So she's also associated with like wheat as a crop, which I'm thinking about integrating a little bit into the background here. I think I do want to do that if it's not already too complicated, because that's the other thing. I was like, how can I shove every bit of symbolism I read about into this piece? So feel free to holler at me and let me know if y'all think it's already too complex. We'll see. We'll do a little test when we get there, but we still have a long ways to go before I can even think about the background. So that's how that began. Oh, what else did I try to do? You can't see it now, and I don't know if it's going to be executed okay, but snakes are also very indicative of like Hades and the underworld, and I think for the Hades piece that I do, that's going to be like paired with this, his is going to be more snake infused, because I did include, as Stanley said, Cerberus, the three-headed dog that guards the underworld. I included them kind of guarding over her here, so I think I might do more snake imagery for like the Hades one. I don't know, but anyway, snakes. The original idea I actually had after I thought about a pomegranate was like, oh cool, that could be cool to have like snake eyes disguised into some of the pomegranate seeds. And then I kind of drew it and I'm like, that looks like absolute shiz. But it could just be because it's not in color. So worst case scenario, if I don't like it after we fully execute it, I'm just gonna paint over it. Gods of Olympus, the original Targaryens. Exactly. Exactly, Stanleys. They didn't care. I don't fully know that much about Greek mythology, Emery's. I only know a little bit, and I would like to learn more. I know a bit because my parents, we used to read a lot of, we had these awesome illustrated books when I was a kid that had, the kind of tragedy of Persephone and Demeter. And when I read that book as a kid, it had sick illustrations, first and foremost. But I remember when I read that, it was very much implied that she was kidnapped by Hades, and like we don't rock with Hades. We don't like him. And I feel like in many depictions, obviously, like Hercules, Hades, he's not depicted favorably. But then I came to learn she was his wife. I don't know. I'm curious to do more reading, because I know that there's like not fan fiction, but there's kind of, I don't know if it was a wrongfully romanticized, like, fiction surrounding them, of whether she actually came to ever like him or not. How did I get on this subject? That's not the moral of this piece, though, but I could stand to learn more about mythology, but it does interest me. I just think they were rocking with it. Mythological, like, Greek tragedy, like, is some of the best. You can't write better stuff, in my opinion. Like, I just love the stories and the morals. Oh, and so that's what it was, this book that my parents were reading to us as kids. And it didn't sugarcoat this stuff. Like I said, that book, as a children's book, did not try to romanticize, but she loved Hades. No, it very much implied that he was bad, he was awful. And Demeter, her mother, was like depressed when she had to bail. And it also had like the tale of Icarus, and it didn't sugarcoat that either. Like, it wasn't sanitizing any of the morals of these stories, even though I was like a child. I was like 5 years old reading about these, so the whole moral of Icarus and his father flying too close to the sun. It didn't sanitize that either. It was very explicit about how he fell to the earth and perished because of his wings, because it was meant to have these morals. So that was kind of like my, I guess, the origins of why I had interest in mythology as I was reading this stuff as a kid. The hand holding the orb-like object is shaped like a heart. In a way, or is that just me? Oh, I didn't even think about that shot. See, this is also why this is epic and amazing, because this format of these streams, because so much of art and what was encouraged in, you know, pretty much every art class you'll ever take, they say, you know, it's good to get feedback from other people because everybody looks and will find something different in your piece. So I didn't even notice that. I wish people still painted instead of doing AI art. That's what we're doing here, Toby. I said last week, everybody assume your battle stations. We are in the Cat LaSalle. Oh, sorry, I also didn't realize I was like half off camera. We are in the Cat LaSalle anti-AI art army here. So everybody claim your ranks, claim your battle stations. That's what this is. I went on a whole tangent about this last week as well. How, like, yes, by virtue of putting this online, am I running the risk of an AI bot? Let me try to, there we go. Finding this and stealing this and, you know, plugging this into a code and essentially plagiarizing it and being inspired by my work? Sure, but we're here, we're showing up, and we are gonna beat them. We're gonna beat the bots. Quick speed round. I've been slacking on the chat. Sorry. This is making me realize how boring my life is. Stop! Are you kidding me? I highly doubt that. Your life, I wish I had your editing skills, actually. Can I put in a formal request to get more Chopper Twitter edits? Freaking please. Because the benefit of doing it on Twitter, you kind of hack to the system. Like, you can use copywritten songs, which, let's be real, sometimes can be so sick. Like, I don't like to hear contemporary music in Star Wars, but to hear it in, like, the edit, the one you made of Andor, it was so perfect and fitting for the fate of, you know, all those characters in the show and whatnot. And so you kind of like hacked the system, because I was like, oh my god, you can get away with doing this on Twitter, versus YouTube would have flagged that immediately. And, you know, it's just obviously limited. But sometimes these edits do benefit from, like, if it fits, if the shoe fits. There's some great contemporary songs that fit so well. So I'm gonna this is my formal request. I demand more edits from you. All right, Patrick Kelly's backing me up here with mythology. If I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but Hades never cheated on Persephone. Many have a bad depiction of Hades, but compared to the others, he was quite gentle if you think about it. Okay, thank you. Yes, I didn't know if I was spitting misinformation, but I think I think, yeah, he's depicted as this villain, but I think there are some iterations and retellings of the story in which they actually have, you know, this romantic trope. Now, sure, can that also be chalked up to Stockholm Syndrome? Potentially. But, okay, I'm glad I wasn't the only one. In my research for this problem, maybe I'll channel that into the Hades piece. You've got me thinking now, Patrick Kelly, because like I said, I want this to be part of a pairing with a Hades piece, and we're obviously doing warmer red undertones for this one. But for that one, I think I want to do like blues and greens, even though it should kind of be the other way around, because the underworld, I think of, I don't think of like demonic, but like that color, you think of fire, flames, Dante's Inferno, like I think of the reds and oranges for the underworld, so it would kind of be a little bit reverse. But Hades in Hercules, he's blue. He's got blue flame. So maybe doing a blue-green color scheme for that piece wouldn't necessarily be so wrong. Lovely concept, and I think it definitely suits your art style. Can't wait to see this finished. Thank you, Nico. Thank you. Are you drawn to more abstract pieces, something a little straightforward, or does it depend on the mood? I think it depends on my mood, and I explained last week that I cannot do abstract art to save my life, y'all. But I am drawn to surrealism And I think this piece became very surrealist, and I would like to explore, I would like to get even deeper. I feel like for me, this is still just like surface level surrealism going on right now. I think I can do better. I just gotta get the cogs working in my brain, you know? So I think I could go even deeper than this and do some, I don't know. I like conceptual stuff. I like, as you can see, I was like, okay, what is every possible symbolic metaphor for Persephone, and how can I shove that in here? So like, that's why I'm like, okay, is this broaching on maximalism? Should I just lean into that? Is it getting to be a little too much? So we're kind of we're just testing the waters, seeing what happens. I need to make another edit. I just gotta figure out what to make it about. Says Chopper. I'll take whatever, anything you can provide. Toby Parker, exactly. The only Greek mythology I know is from reading Percy Jackson, but that, I think a lot of people, oh frick, that's too dark. I think that's the case for a lot of people in our generation who grew up with those books. And for me, perhaps I'm also taking a newfound inspiration from, I talked about these last week as well, the Red Rising series by Pierce Brown. It's like a futuristic dystopian science fiction with a lot of fantastical elements actually as well, but a lot of it is, a lot of the characters all have like Greek and Roman names, and so I was kind of looking up during the reading process of looking to see like what the tales of were of some of these characters, or rather some of these gods and myths that they're all named after, to see if there was any correlation, because I don't believe, this is one thing I learned from an acting class, honestly, like if you get an audition or any script, or if you're just doing any scene work, writers give characters their names for a reason. Every name has some sort of hidden meaning, or might mean something in a different language. You know, all of our names, if you were to Google it, I'm sure there's something. I think my name actually means purity, which I thought was so boring. No, I like my name, but I don't think, well, I guess in a way I am such a freedom. Yes, Catherine, the Greek origin means pure. Which maybe it honestly describes me. I'm such a freaking... I guess I am a prude in so many ways. There I was saying I was nervous last week because I accidentally dropped the F-bomb twice. So maybe I am more pure than I would like to admit. But anyways, this is all to say, I learned this in an acting class, honestly, and now I've kind of adapted it into other aspects of, like, whether I'm reading or whatnot. Authors, writers' names aren't just necessarily, I mean, sometimes they are, just off the top of their head, if they like the sound of it, but more often than not, even if you're just an actor reading a script, or if you're writing a screenplay, like, think about the character name and what that could mean, and if you have an audition, like, research the meaning of that name to see if there's anything purposeful about that, you know? There's nothing's coincidental, at times, when it comes to, you know, the choices made by screenwriters and whatnot. Salvador Dali mode, exactly. If Hades is blue, you can definitely make his hand holding the fruit that color. Holy genius. Oh my god, I'm doing that right the frick now. That's genius. Oh my god, I'm stealing that. Foggy, I'm stealing that. Holy frick, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, that's genius. That is so... Y'all, this is exactly... Okay, this is exactly what I was hoping would be the vibe of these streams, because again, like I was saying, so much of... I made my best art, like, when my peers would, like, critique me to shiz and be like, you should try XYZ, or you should do this. And by critique, I mean, like, with a positive connotation. Critiques were my favorite part of school because you can improve, and your peers who all have a different eye from you and might have a completely different artistic style can offer you advice like that, like Floggy. Oh my god, that's freaking genius. Oh my god, I'm doing it. Stop. So smart. and now it's gonna transform the whole feng shui of the piece in a good way. Oh my god, that's so freaking genius. Are you an artist as well, Floggy? In this life or another? Wait, Chop, you should make a Porgala edit, please. Please. I would love that. CB says I should sell my art to tattoo parlors. That could be interesting. I have actually... I was just reminiscing on this the other day. I did design a tattoo for somebody I went to high school with. And every now and then, he has it on his body. Which I just thought was the coolest freaking thing. And sometimes I walk around, I'm like, I forget about it, and I'm like, oh my god, something that I drew, unless he has maybe gotten it removed, which I don't know, I wouldn't know. But, like, holy frick, something I drew is on this person's body forever. That's crazy. The amount of trust and faith you would have to have in me for that, dang, I don't deserve it. I'm honored. And I have had other people ask me to design tattoos for them before as well, and I guess I always chicken out because that is high stakes, and I'm the most hypercritical of my own work, so like I would not be able to design a tattoo unless I knew it was like freaking some of my best work, you know? I feel like it's just, I'm honored that people have asked me, and then I just always flake on them. But I gotta get better about not doing that and actually locking in, because it is cool. Oh, Susan, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that. Is the hand holding the orb like object? This is a pomegranate, by the way. It is a pomegranate. It's just not done. That resembles the shape of a human heart. Your intention or just a coincidence? It was not my intention to have it be kind of a similar shape as a human heart. But if it's a happy coincidence, then I will take it. That's actually the perfect color palette. Exactly, like Floggy. Literally a shout out. Thank you for... that's such a genius idea. So that's also something I've just been missing, and perhaps why I blanked on doing art for so long after college, because I did become really dependent on... I need critiques. I need to kind of rally with my classmates or my friends, whoever it was, my professors, and just get other people's opinions on what I can do to heighten the piece. And look, that's gonna... I'm slowly... We're slowly but surely turning it more blue. But that's gonna totally just add a whole new... And it does add this really nice pop of contrast. And it's just gonna totally, like, redefine the piece, so freaking shout out. Yeah, not that I'm here to use you guys for... Could you imagine if that was my true hidden intention all along? And I was just trying to milk you guys for ideas. But I'm a firm believer that you don't even have to be, even if you're not... I know I asked immediately, Floggy, if you're an artist, because that was such a very... That was, like, such a great idea. But, what the frick was my train of thought? I'm not sure. But, oh yes, I don't think you even have to necessarily have an artistic brain. And sometimes the coolest ideas that you don't even think about yourself can come from anybody, whether you're an artiste or not. So shout out. Because that was genius. I think I'm gonna let that maybe dry for a hot second and do some layering on that. What the fuck was I gonna do next? Okay. I still have a lot. And also, before I forget, the wheel on my chair here completely snapped off 2 minutes before I went live. So thank God that didn't happen while we were live. But it keeps being wobbly and unstable, so if at any point I faceplant into my desk because I lean too far over and forget that I have no fourth wheel there anymore, just pretend you didn't see it. Just rock with me. Just walk with me there. Just let it happen. It could be inevitable. We're gonna be here, and odds are I will forget that we're rocking with only 3 wheels. Yes, loving that blue alongside the orange. Exactly. That was just a genius idea. It was so freaking smart. This is definitely not something I expected to see on YouTube from one of my reactors that I follow. This is really cool. Thank you, Johnny. Yeah, I know, that's why I was so originally nervous to start integrating more like painting streams like this onto the channel, but I realized in the process so many people don't actually know that I do art as well. And so that's kind of also the hidden, not hidden motivation, but just another objective of showing folks that I can do more than just sit around and watch movies and TV. Am I self-taught? Definitely the frick not. Oh no, I went to school. Now I will say, I've been painting and drawing since I was like 3 years old, and it has always been my life's passion. But I didn't start really getting, what am I trying to say? I have my undergraduate degree. Yes, I have my bachelor's degree in painting, which basically means I'm useless to society. No, I'm trying to go easier on myself. Like, honestly, shout out to my parents. So much of my artistic just pursuits and passion is because they saw my knack for it and started to nurture it. I was taking art lessons privately as a little kid from the time I was maybe like 8, 7. And so yeah, going to college is where I really fully, I was locked in, but college is where I like blossomed, you know, and so that's why I've been missing it and craving it, and perhaps these streams here are a way to fulfill kind of some of that void, because I was saying it so, I took it for granted being surrounded by all of my freaking professors, just like endless knowledge and support, and my peers, you know, you're constantly surrounded by inspiration and other people to springboard ideas off of. So like whenever I see people that I graduated with posting their own art now, I'm like, yes, it makes my heart so happy just to get a little surge of that inspiration again. So no, I'm definitely not self-taught, but I've definitely always been my first love and passion. So that's why I was like, okay, that's stupid if I'm feeling nervous to share this on the channel. If this is like one of the most important things in my life, why would I be scared to show you guys? Hey, look who's in the chat, y'all. It's the birthday boy, Tom. Everybody go wish Tom a happy freaking birthday. There he is trying to be incognito. But yeah, go wish Tom a happy birthday, y'all. We'll probably go out and celebrate tonight with some good old flavored water. Did I try to make this look like me, or was it a coincidence? Okay, thank you, because I think I started talking about this forever ago and then I didn't address it. Several of you guys have asked. The answer is no. And I did, that's what I started to say this. I used a reference photo of another woman, but because I never want to totally copy, I tried to just also, I use it mainly for lighting and just like mapping the placement of the features, because I can't draw from memory, y'all. If you were to try to, I probably could, but here's what would happen. So it's what's happening here. I need some sort of map and guideline reference to just go off of for portraiture or whatnot. The most ideal situation would be if I could be like the old time masters and greats and just have models at my disposal whenever, and to paint from life like that. That's the true ideal scenario. But alas, we can't do that. So I used a reference photo and I tweaked it though. I just changed some of the features because I didn't want it to look exactly like the reference image. I wanted it to look semi-inspired, like not like a photo that you would find online, you know, in case somebody were to ever stumble on the exact reference image that I used and be like, hey, Catherine copied that. Now, in the process of tweaking the features, this can happen. And they say it's a thing for many artists, especially if you've done a lot of self-portraiture in the past, which I have. A lot of the times you kind of just inevitably draw, you know your face more than anyone. You see your face every day more than any other face. And so it's kind of inevitable that sometimes your likeness just creeps in to whoever else you're drawing. Even if you're drawing a man, I'm pretty sure I've drawn portraits of men before and people have been like, wow, that looks like you. It just kind of like, it just happens. And so that, I guess, just inevitably happened here as well, too, which wasn't my intention, but I'm not opposed to it. Now, her face is not entirely done. We still have a lot of work to do there. I'm kind of just stalling, but yeah, so it, she's just a random free stock photo that I found online, but if she happens to look like me too, then that's okay. I'm not opposed to it. Susan says, please continue these painting streams. I'm going to. I'm so excited to. I believe many of us are truly enjoying this. Art is one of my passions as well. Oh my gosh, Susan, thank you. I'm so glad if you guys are even getting the slightest bit of joy out of this, or one of you guys, if you're still here, one of you guys tweeted that, my painting stream last week was like extremely therapeutic for you, and I honestly fangirled into oblivion. It made me so freaking happy and just honored, and that was kind of like an unintentional, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it's therapy for me. It's catharsis for me to express. I'm trying to move carefully in my seat so I don't face plant and break my teeth. But it's cathartic for me in so many ways, but I didn't even consider that it would be therapeutic for you guys too, or just enjoyable to watch. So I am 1000%. Y'all are gonna be sick of me. We're gonna reach time now. We're in the pre-game now, but by the end game, y'all are gonna be like, please stop, Cat. I'm gonna be streaming out here every week, every freaking day, because y'all, we gotta freaking lock in. Between now and like August, I need to create like 20 more pieces. So we gotta light a match. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick lightning round to catch up while those dry. Useless to society. Says the one who had Tony Gilroy see your reaction videos to Andor. My true purpose unlocked in that moment. Exactly, Nico. We are not useless. We just provide a luxury commodity, and that's okay. You know what? Amen. Amen. Amen to that. Art should be more recognized in society, in my opinion, says Toby Parker. It was so valuable in the ancient times. Yes, it represents human emotions and expression. Exactly. Do you think I would ever become a professor? Oh, that would low-key be a dream. That's always kind of been a dream job of mine. Because for a long time I contemplated if I wanted to be an art teacher, and I think I would only want to lock in and do it because I used to pity like my high school art teachers, who also changed my life. Shout out to them. And they fostered so much of my skill and ability and passion that I have now. And I would low-key not have been able to get into art school without them. But I always felt so bad that they had to also teach like general art classes to like the jocks and people who just didn't actually care. Now let me disclaim, there's a difference between people who don't care and people who might not think they possess the most artistic ability but still care and want to try. I'm not equating the two. I'm talking straight up. They would have students who they would have to try to get them to buckle down and pay attention, you know, but the kids were just there to obviously satisfy a mandatory credit that they needed for an art class. So I would love to be a professor if I ever taught, because then, you know, you're dealing with students who want to make a career out of it, you know, and actually want to be there and are paying thousands of dollars of tuition money to be there. Oh, shout out to the birthday love for Tom. That is so cool, Susan. My art professor in college would just pick up a bunch of garbage from a junkyard and dump it in the middle of the studio. That's amazing. Literally anything can be inspo. Okay, quick. All right, we caught up. Colin, thank you so much. Member for 40 freaking months. Oh my goodness. Happy birthday to Tom. Hope you guys have an awesome day. We shall. We're gonna celebrate. We are gonna celebrate later tonight. Go get some flavored water, y'all. Wickety Split, what's up? Thank you for being here. I'm doing fabulous, y'all. Truly, I can't even. I'm still on cloud nine. It feels like it feels like it was only just yesterday, and that a lifetime has passed since we did our painting stream last weekend, or last week rather. But I was still rocking on cloud nine from that, and just from all the support from you guys. So I've been doing amazing. I'm feeling so inspired and invigorated in a way that I have not felt in a very long time. So I'm just feeling very fulfilled, which can be hard to find in in adulthood. Like I'm saying, I'm experiencing feelings of motivation and inspiration and just passion and happiness that like I said, I put art on the back burner for so long, y'all. And I would kind of just brush it off and continue to find ways and excuses to prevent my eventual return to painting and drawing. Yeah, now, obviously, I've been doing commissions and stuff like that, so I was still keeping up on my skills. But I wasn't utilizing my brain, my noggin to create my own, pieces. Personal art is what I should make the distinction. I've been making other art, some very kind commissions over the past few years that I enjoyed and had so much fun with. But like I said, in the process, the best part of commissions is somebody just tells you what they want. And so my brain doesn't have to do the work, of trying to conceptualize, okay, well, what do I want to paint? The hard part is over. And so in the process, though, I lost touch with, okay, well, what if I'm left to my own devices, what am I even thinking of in terms of what to paint? So that's why I'm feeling fulfilled, because I realized I didn't lose my powers up here. Nico says, Kat is a self-taught artist. A self-taught artist? Take a minute. As a self-taught artist, hearing you say that my stuff inspires you means a lot. Thank you so much for that. And I mean that from my freaking core, Nico. I'm serious. In case y'all weren't there, Nico submitted this Nico is a miniaturist, which holy frick, shout out. Like, that field of art requires crazy. I would not possess the necessary skills that miniature artwork requires. The delicacy, the freaking patience, because I will say I am not a patient person when it comes to my art. Like, as soon as I make a sketch, I'm like, okay, I wish I could just snap my finger and that the hard part would be done and that the paint, it would be done, I wish it could paint itself sometimes versus I'm like, now I gotta lock in and do this. And so you have to possess so many qualities to paint miniatures that I do not. I lack. And so when I saw your submissions for our 60K subscriber celebration stream, I was just blown away, and I was just like, oh my God. And it was just so inspiring and a great reminder to me that there's so many awesome, creative, talented folks in this community as well. And that's why I love doing those streams, because we only ever get to see each other in this type of context. But we all have lives and passion and skills, talents, cool jobs, families, loved ones, fun experiences, going to Cyprus for vacation. Like, everybody here has some cool things that we all don't know about. And so obviously learning that about you, Nico, I was like, oh my God, this is so freaking cool. I was just because I know that I would never be able to do that. Brandon and I have tiny little baby hands, so maybe that actually could lend itself well to the world of miniatures. I've never tried, and I'm too scared to try. Well, we'll see. We will see. All right, gonna do a quick little lightning round. ASMR live painting. Max, that was the original idea for these streams. I think it was actually Tom who was like, you could do like ASMR lo-fi, like you don't even need to necessarily talk, which now that we're in beta mode and we've tried the first one, we have a few of these streams under our belt now. Because originally, yeah, that was going to be the idea. I was maybe not even going to, I was just going to like have a pinned, oh frick, that's too dark, a pinned chat in the chat box of the stream, just being like, hey guys, I'm here, obviously, but I'm not going to be chatting or interacting with the chat, like just no mic, just locked in painting, and anyone who wants to watch and relax or get some ASMR vibes can join. And maybe some of these will turn into that if there's a day where I'm just like, I don't want to talk, but I want to paint. But I prefer this talking, because that way I never would have gotten that amazing suggestion from Floggy to paint the hand blue if I hadn't shared my thought process with you guys. And I think I also would feel way less maybe I felt a little bit more self-conscious about last week's piece because I felt like I needed to qualify and give the backstory because it was such a way more personal piece, whereas this one is just for fun and I'm feeling inspired, and it doesn't have that personal connotation to it. But I'm enjoying, though, sharing more about the thought processes behind these pieces. And I loved to see in the comments afterwards, so many of you guys said, and it meant the world to me to read those comments, that like my art has a new meaning to you now that you actually know the backstory of it. So I would definitely like to, if we keep doing these, which we shall, I probably, even though that was the original intention to do these in ASMR style, and maybe just not talk and have a lo-fi playlist going in the background, which we do currently. If you guys have noticed, I think I turned the volume down a little bit today, maybe, but we have that same song that I play in all my freaking videos because it's like a 20-minute long song. We just have that going on a loop, so apologies if you keep hearing the same thing over and over again and if it drives you insane. Maybe I'll actually go the next step is to go the extra mile and actually just formulate compile a copyright-free playlist of lo-fi songs to repeat. It truly was therapeutic for me, especially with what I was going through and still am going through, but I'm doing better taking it day by day. But thank you, so grateful. And I'm grateful to hear that, Sean, truly. I love to hear that, and I'm happy to hear that you're doing better. I'm lurking right now. Lurk away, Caver. What's up, Alex? Thanks for being here. My art teacher was French. Okay, goated. Gave me my first detention, oh frick, in high school, and was the literal equivalent of human mustard. Thank the Sith Lord for comics. Well, that's honestly, okay, for an art teacher to give out detention, that's a little bit, oh frick, shocking. Because art teachers are usually cool, y'all, no? If I ever became an art teacher, I'd be cool. Art teachers usually don't care. This is my understanding. Am I trying to upstage Picasso? Never. Picasso is very interesting, though. If you go and look at his earlier work, now granted, everything I'm about to say, like, this is the frickin' crux, unfortunately, that I learned about in college. So many of the artists that I look up to, artists are flawed people, y'all. Are those Dobermans? They are, Annabella, they are. They're inspired by Dobermans, even though, yes, it's representative of Cerberus, the three-headed guard dog of the underworld, and I don't think they had Dobermans back in the day. But I had read that Dobermans and Rottweilers are usually kind of the modern-day influences for artistic depictions of Cerberus, so I was like, all right, I'll do Dobermans with fangs. So, shout out, you know your dogs. Your dog breeds. But one cruel, harsh lesson I learned in college, as you can see, artists are flawed, messed up people, y'all. Some of the best art is created by some of the most messed up folks. Nico, I'm not talking about you. I don't know what you're rocking with, but I think artists today are doing better because we're not all drinking absinthe and everything that they were rocking with back then. But more often than not, a lot of the big artists, the big names, didn't have great track records. They all had some crazy baggage, Picasso included. So everything I'm saying, it's so hard to praise artists anymore, separating. And I am a believer that you can separate. There are ways to separate the art from the artist. And I think it's just important for anyone to know, if you're delving into art history or going to museums or learning more, I think it's important to know about their baggage, because it informs so much of, like, okay, that explains why they were making such crazy work. But yes, Picasso is a great example of, if you look at his earlier work, it's really basic stuff. It's technically incredible, but like, anyone could do it if they're in art school, you know? And it's his abstract, it's his special stuff that is what differentiated him. It's what he became known for when he started to just do his own thing. So yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but shout out, went to the Picasso Museum in Barcelona forever ago. Okay, I gotta tidy up this line. And that was a really fun time learning, because I never knew that he could do normal, like just realistic stuff and like paint and draw from life, because that's what he was doing in his early days. And then it's what, when he branched out and really created his own niche, that's what everybody knows him for. And I saw some people on Twitter recently trying to show his older stuff, his more realistic looking stuff that is very technically skilled. I saw people doing the dumbest compare and contrast between like that and some of his abstract, you know, self-portraits, to try to make some statement about like that his earlier stuff is better than the latter. And in that case, I just thought it was hilarious. Granted, it's all based on personal preference, but like I was ranting about last week, you know, I had to have that kind of lesson in college of developing an appreciation for abstract and learning that, yeah, just because you can paint from life very technically and do photorealistic stuff, that doesn't always mean that's not always the most memorable, you know? I want to see... Okay, the best example I can give, for example, in my Legend of Korra reactions, in one of the later episodes from season 4 that we had recently watched, not recently, like freaking months ago at this point, but when one of Suyin's kids is babysitting Milo and Iki while like the battle's going on outside of Zaofu, he's her artistic son, and he had them drawing self-portraits, and Iki drew this incredible abstract like portrait of herself, and it wasn't necessarily realistic. I think it had like a cartoonish flair to it, but it had all this other stuff going on. And Milo drew this like Da Vinci level, like Michelangelo, incredible portrait of himself. And their babysitter comes up and he's like, "This is pedestrian. Like, I want to see what your soul is saying, your essence. Like, I know what you look like. I want to see what's going on inside." And it was obviously just a freaking one-off funny joke for the sake of that show, but I was like, yes, that perfectly describes so much of how my perception of art changed and what is good art. Because yes, it takes a certain level of skill to be able to draw a photorealistic, you know, portrait or whatnot. I'm not trying to knock that in any way, but it also, you have to work a different muscle to create something abstract, you know? It is Persephone, Lord Insidious. Good guess. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm glad. It looks like mythology. We're having mythology lessons today, y'all. Sorry, hang on, I lost where I was. Oh god, I gotta catch up. Okay, hang on, we're gonna do a lightning round. Okay, this is good because I need to let it dry. Where the frick was I? Okay. Where was I? Do I do any digital art? No, I freaking wish I could. I need to learn. I would love to learn how to do digital art. You just described about your painting is how I feel about my writing, says Johnny Pappas. It's really my talent, and it's something that gives me sanity, and I need to do more of it, because when I don't, exactly, you just kind of don't feel right. You don't feel like connected with yourself if you're parted with your craft for too long. And that's how I've been feeling. Frick. Sorry, I'm trying to mix on my palette and I accidentally got white in everything and it ruined it. That's how I've been feeling about the lack of making any art that's self-inspired in my life as of late. Now granted, I'm freaking stoked because we got a lot of commissions in the queue, y'all, that you guys have so kindly offered to be cool with me streaming as well. So that's gonna be really freaking fun. Okay. Oh, for anyone who makes edits, how do you get footage in higher quality? Yeah, Disney Plus on the computer stays at a low quality for whatever reason. Where do people get all this crisp footage? I don't know, Chop. I low-key do not actually know, because I have the same plight. Disney Plus, for some reason, on a computer is really, like, grainy. It's not the most high def, and I don't know what it is. And I used to think that you could just download footage right off of Disney Plus, like you could download the episodes, but I don't think you actually can. So I was bamboozled when I thought about that. Oy, from this angle, y'all, her forehead looks massive. I swear it doesn't look like that. She looks like she's rocking with a 5 head right now. It's not that big, I promise. I'll maybe do what I did last week too, because her face also, like her jawline, I was fixating on how her jaw in last week's painting looked. And the perspective on the camera was kind of distorting it a little bit. And it's doing that here. I swear, well, okay, I think I can... Actually, here I am saying, don't trust the camera. It's making it look worse than it is. And that's the case for the forehead here, but I can do something about this. This needs to be... Need a little more shadow there. Go back. Oh. Go back to the shadow. Okay. Okay. Might have done something. Might have done something. Okay. Yeah, I just had to give her a little more of a jawline. She lost her carved jawline there. Her ear kind of turned right into her neck. I gotta remedy that a little bit. There we go. Clutch, okay. Just leave that for a hot second. Because I was gonna look at the chat quick. We have to catch up. Where are we? Oh, Nintendo Memories, what's up? Sorry I'm so late to your message. Love your content. Never been able to catch you live. How's it going? Oh my god, I love it when people can join live for the first time. I'm going great. It's going fun. We're having a great day so far. And Shnikes, it's already been an hour. You've caught a very fun first live. I'm so honored that you're here. Is her forehead too frick? It might be. Okay. I'm gonna sleep on that for a second, because I'm looking at it now. I think her forehead is a little too big. Does this piece have a mythological bent? It does. The pomegranate, Persephone, Cerberus. There's a lot going on. A lot of mythological inspo taken. What do I like to paint or draw most? Asks Alex. Portraiture for sure. Maybe animals as a close second, even though I'm not very good at animals. But I'm trying to get better. Ew, I don't like what happened over here. What I did over here. Shout out to Major Fartigaz as well. I think I saw your username, the best username ever. What's up, what's up? If y'all haven't already, definitely go follow them on Twitter as well. Same with Chop. Their accounts give me life. And I like that Major Fartigaz is still also just riding the Andor hype train, because what else are we supposed to be doing with our life? So go follow them. Not that I endorse Twitter, y'all. Y'all know how I feel about that. But those are a few of the folks that I'm honored to see here. Because they give me life. They are the reason I haven't left yet. We're still alive. We're barely breathing. We're holding on. By a thread, thanks to them. But every day, have y'all noticed? It just gets... My timeline has been corrupted. It feels like it's awful. I'm not going to talk about it. I'll go on a needless tangent. Okay, shout out. I'm so glad that y'all are picking up on the fact, Lord Insidious as well, are recognizing that this is Persephone. Same with Bird Church. You guys are so smart. And I'm feeling very validated. Because yes, it is her. It is. Oh, it looks like Barb has joined as well. Let's go, let's go. All right, sorry, I just kind of bypassed quite a lot of the chat. I'm so sorry. Ads during lives are so freaking annoying. I'm so sorry, y'all. I know. Catching Z's. Oh, that's so cool. I did a project on Picasso in high school. That guy never stopped evolving and changing his style. I always thought it was so cool. Exactly, just how different his paintings looked based on when he did them. Right, and he has different like eras, like Taylor Swift. That's not a good comparison. But he has very different. Yes, you're right. Based on where he was living. That's another cool thing too. If you go to art museums, and that's one actually cool thing about the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. The LACMA. I love that they sort their galleries. I think some of them are sorted and organized and curated, rather. That's the freaking word I'm looking for. Based on artists who were all... It has a plethora of different artists, but it will curate their works and organize them and structure them in the galleries based on when they were all kind of, because they would all like go take up residency. If one of them was going to France for summer, like they would all tag along with their friends, you know. They would make a boys trip out of it, go drink their freaking absinthe and do whatever they were doing in the French countryside while they were going painting on plein air, you know. And so it groups the pieces based on what artists were working together at similar times or vacationing together in France, you know, because they would always, you know, they were always going around traveling to learn or study or learn from each other. If there was a poppin' artist somewhere else, they would go see what that person was doing. So it is really cool to see not only how there are, all of them kind of have their own eras and different evolutions, but how they inspired each other, and you can kind of pick up on and cross-reference and see similarities between their works, and how they inspired each other. Who's my favorite painter of all time? Probably Frida Kahlo. We were going off about her again last week too. This is Gouache, Annabella. It is. Gouache has become kind of like my sleeper favorite, y'all, which is hilarious because I was ride or die, like colored pencil and watercolors pre-college. I'm not painting myself, Lars. I disclaimed. Also, what would be wrong with that if it was a self-portrait? But no, it is... I was explaining the phenomenon earlier of... It's sometimes, no matter who you're drawing, even if you're drawing a model or somebody else from life, or using a reference image, which is what we did, but I said I had tweaked the features. I was primarily using the reference image for, oh frick, lighting purposes and what the frick else was I saying? Just general anatomical, because I can't paint from memory, y'all. I mean, I've never tried, so that could be an interesting challenge. Oh frick, I can already tell what's gonna happen. There, I've never tried, so that could be an interesting challenge. Oh god, sorry, I'm focusing. But as I was explaining... Okay. Sorry, I just had to hold my breath for a second. Sometimes what happens is, because you see your own face more than anybody else's, unless you don't have a mirror, but for the most of us, we are most familiar with our own likeness. And so sometimes if you're drawing or painting a portrait, even if it's of somebody else, they say sometimes your own likeness just can inevitably creep in because those are the features that you know and are looking at day to day. So that is what has happened here. Now, I'm not done with her face. If something else is happening here that I don't want it to... The paint is gonna be... Okay, hang on. I'm not gonna tamper with that. I'm talking to myself, y'all, sorry. Oh my goodness gracious. Persephone and Hades story is one of my all-time favorite myths, says Lord Insidious. Well, you're in luck because we're gonna be doing Hades. I don't know if it's immediately gonna be after this, but I am going to be doing him as a counterpart to this one at some point. So stick around. I love that Barb is up in the chat as a celebrity. Have I ever been told that I resemble a Disney-like owl that was brought to live action? Who was an owl that turned into live action, y'all? Am I blanking? Disney owl that turns into a girl? Is this the right reference? The character you're likely thinking of is Ida Clawthorne from the Disney animated series The Owl House, which I've never heard of. She's known as the Owl Lady. Well, hey, go Owls, y'all, represent. I'm repping Temple today, and the Owls were our mascot, so maybe I do got that owl in me. Maybe. I can't help but think that Thrawn is down there holding the fruit. Oh my gosh, Chop, that's actually so freaking funny. Oh my gosh. No, my break is almost over, says Annabella. Well, thank you for joining us for a little bit. Anyone else see Thrawn's hand? Chop, you're right. Now I can't unsee it. Thank you for joining us for a little bit. We're still gonna be here. We'll still be rocking for quite some time. Okay, I saw that the Padme mini for Star Wars Legion is only $20. Do you want it? I would paint it, of course. Nico, I'll give you the $20. I would love to see you paint it. And I will front that $20. What's up, Joshua from Long Beach? Thank you so much for being here. Trying to make a YouTube push anyways. Oh, well, shout out Mater Farty guys. Oh my gosh. I'm freaking, hang on. I'm gonna subscribe right now. Hang on. Hold the front door. Your tweets crack me up, so I hope that your YouTube content, everybody go subscribe, unless this is not the channel that it's gonna be, but I think you should keep it with that username. Go subscribe to Major Fartigas, y'all. Because your tweets give me life. And so... Okay, hang on. Alright, if I go to channel, it's gonna take me away from my interface here. So I will be subscribing if that is the channel that it's gonna be on. There is no content yet, but I am patiently awaiting. So yes, I'm very much looking forward to that. This was a nice relaxing watch and listen before I had to go to the doctor, so thank you so much for doing this. Well, thank you so much for being here, Johnny Papas. But thanks, I need partisans. Exactly. I will be your first partisan, Major Party guys. I will be there. Okay, I am feeling, now that I'm looking at it, something happened to this forehead. And by happened, I mean I do think it expanded. Golf Mike, thank you so much for being here. I just wanted to say thank you for your reaction to the Massacre and/or episode. I've been in need of a cathartic release, and just thank you. Oh my gosh, stop. That means so much to me. I really appreciate that. And thank you for coming in and tuning in and sharing that. I'm so happy to hear that. And y'all, I'm to confide in y'all and be for real. I was so nervous to upload that reaction because I have truly never, genuinely, I had to edit it out inevitably. Otherwise we would have been there all night. You would have been there all night watching my video, watching me just cry. There was like a solid 3 minutes of me just having to get my shiz together. I don't know if I like that. Okay, I do like that. Sorry, that was just a very ballsy, just spur of the moment. Like, sometimes a solution, big forehead, just cover it up. So I'm thinking about that. But I like it because she's kind of got this windblown, like if I had other hair blowing elsewhere, so that way it doesn't look like it was just a cover-up, a fix. Just a quick little plastic surgery to shrink the forehead. But thank you for saying that. Anyway, as I was saying, not to get too mushy, but I've never sobbed like that, first and foremost, ever in my adult life. Like, truly heaving sobs as if I was a little baby. and I told you guys this, like if my parents had been there, my mom and dad always used to say to me, if they're still here lurking in the chat, my mom, she always used to say, you know, if I was getting hysterical crying, she would say to us, like, you're gonna make yourself sick. And that is what was happening after that episode on Gorman. And so what you didn't see was like a solid 3 minutes of me crying like an absolute baby, trying to get my shiz together and just struggling and failing too. And I was so nervous to post that reaction because I clearly didn't get my shiz together at all. And I was just so worried that I was just gonna get torn to shreds, you know? Because I know that I'm a sensitive person and I internalize and feel things perhaps maybe a little more than others. I'm a Cancer, that's my horoscope, and I can't deny that. I think that's like our predominant quality trait, Cancers. We are sensitive babies, I think, based on every horoscope I've ever read. And so, you know, every time I get emotional, I'm like, well, what if the regular audience didn't cry like a baby? And so all of this is to say, I was just so grateful to see that other people were equally moved by that and that they were coming to that video. And I did get so many generous comments like yourself saying that it was cathartic for them and that they felt those feelings all over again. I guess it is cathartic to just watch somebody else cry. So if I can be of service in that regard, then by God, that's what we're gonna do. So I'm just very happy and honored to hear that. And I was just so relieved, all of this is to say. I was just very relieved that that reaction didn't get torn to shreds. Not that that would happen because the Andor audience, that's not, you know, the discourse surrounding Andor and the conversations in the comment sections of all those videos, you know, for what I'm trying to say is if there was like a really emo, crazy, jarring, traumatizing, violent episode of like Rings of Power, for example, and if I were to break down and cry that much, I would probably be met with way more wrath versus Andor fans are is a different, there's more, what am I trying to say? Not to knock Rings of Power, but you all know it, different vibes, different fan bases surrounding that show. I'm still Rings of Power ride or die. And I was actually so honored because I was, don't ask me how I found this, y'all. But I had come across a Reddit thread of like looking for positive Rings of Power YouTube content, and somebody mentioned me. And I'm like not even that big. I'm not that big at all in like the Lord of the Rings YouTube space. So I was just very happy to hear that. I was like, oh my god. Shout out. I guess there's not much of us. In the positive Rings of Power YouTube space. Oh goodness. What's up, Mind Gameplay? Where are we? Lord Insidious says, I think my mother is the only Cancer that's made of stone. Well, how did she beat that? How did she beat our programming? Because sadly, the more horoscopes I read, the more I learn that I cannot. I am through and through. Okay, what am I doing? Because okay. I gotta assess. Oh, frick. Oh, there's actually so much I gotta do. Sorry, y'all. This is just me assessing where we are at, what we still have to get locked in with. Okay. Hang on. Let me adjust my broken chair. See? I'm gonna fall to my death. I'm gonna accidentally die. On stream, could you imagine? Okay. Okay. Alright. Here is a rundown of what still needs to be done. Frank, her forehead still looks massive. It's the angle, y'all, I swear, because if okay, from my my point of view, the forehead isn't massive. That's a little bit more of how it looks. I'm trying to tip the paper a little bit because you are looking. Sorry. That just made me laugh too hard. No, sorry, I'm literally being the most cringe and laughing at my own stupid joke. Okay. There's still much to be done. Sorry, that was me realizing that I've signed up for more than I might have bargained for. Now it's fine. Okay, here's what we still have to do. Finish the face, but I just was tampering with it a little bit. So I'm gonna let it dry. I don't know how I feel about what I did with the eye area because I once again did something. I might not tamper with it because honestly, I think they look okay, and I don't want to mess with them too much. You know, I don't want to run the risk of self-sabotage. But I did something similar, like the piece that we did last week, where I kind of just did like hollow. The eyes are a little bit of a void, and I did a lighter kind of iris, and I kind of like because it gives her this kind of ghostly look. I might go in actually this time with colored pencil because I know I was gonna do that last week and then I just kept it as strictly paint. However, we're working with a smaller face this week, and so I think it could work, like just to use, holy frick, a little bit. You can get a much finer point. I can have more control to go in and add details of the eyelids, the eye area. I gotta figure out if I want to add pupils or not. So we gotta do that. I have to add highlights to her face, like just go in with some white highlights to the hair. Because I actually wanted to make her, I wanted to give her like a Daenerys Targaryen feel, y'all. I wanted the hair to be all white. I got carried away. So maybe her roots will just, her top half will be, I don't know what I'm saying. Speaking of the white, I need to take it and go through and trace all of the kind of vines, the weeds and like branches that are kind of also indicative of like veins, you know, through her shoulders here. I gotta finish the frickin', I'm delaying the pomegranate. I gotta do that. And then the frickin' dogs, oh shiz. Forgot about them. And I also wanted to do something else for the background too, so what should we do first? The face is kind of dry. Sorry, I just got distracted. I was looking out the window. In the apartment across from me, like an old lady like opened up her window and was like fluffing out a towel or a sheet or like tablecloth or something, and I just felt like I was in like Italy for some reason. You know, doesn't that sound like such a European thing to do? Because that is a thing more in Europe. Laundry, air, clothes. What the frick am I saying? Laundry, air drying outside your laundry and clothes. They don't have dryers really over there. It's not as frequent to have like a washer dryer set. And so their clothes hang drying. What the mother frick am I trying to say? They air dry on a clothes hanger, on a clothesline. And so that's just why I was just cosplaying like I was in Rome for a second. Appreciating the moment. What's up, Shake Vivid? Thank you for being here. The eyes are perfect, no need to touch them. Oh, well, I still have... I gotta give her eyelashes still. And notice how, y'all, she doesn't have eyebrows. I'm giving her a kind of hip Gen Z moment, because a lot of people do that nowadays and either bleach their brows or just shave them. And I don't know whether I wanted to keep it that way or not, because I think something about it gives her this kind of ethereal, otherworldly like feel, like she's not of this world, which is kind of what I was going for, obviously, because she's in the underworld. So I didn't want her to look like this. Oh, she's brows on fleek. You know, oh, nobody still says that anymore. Do y'all remember when styling your eyebrows had like a chokehold on the freaking 2010s. Thank Jesus we evolved out of that, but 8 head. Yeah, right. I'm serious, y'all. From this angle. Hey, as long as it's a 4 or less finger span across the forehead, it's fine. Exactly, job. It does give old-timey Italy vibes. Exactly, Lord Insidious. Exactly. Clothes hanging between buildings can be very picturesque. Oddly, exactly. So that's why I was just savoring that moment. Well, in that case, add those, but the eyes themselves are perfect. Okay, so I'm not gonna tamper with... I'm gonna keep what we did for the actual eyes themselves, because... Now, I am gonna bring back up the... Where is it? Where is my reference photo? I haven't been looking at it. Wait, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Nope. 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 Actually, I'll open that up. We gotta finish the pomegranate. I've got to finish... We gotta finish everything, y'all. I still gotta do the 3 Dobermans. See, I knew it. I freaking knew it. Past me was looking out for future me, and it was like, girl, do you really want to do 3 dogs? And I was like, I'll be fine. Now I regret it. But I don't think I'm gonna make them that hyper crazy detailed, because I want her to be the focus. Is this me just trying to justify being lazy? Sure, but I don't want to... She's the centerpiece. It's about to get even more... So actually, maybe I will save the dogs for last, because it's gonna get even more intricate up in here, because I'm gonna be adding highlights for all of this. So all of this is gonna get brightened. Have to finish the pomegranate still. That's gonna be brighter, higher contrast. Draw more attention. Gotta finish the face. So I want her to remain the focal point, the centerpiece. So for the dogs, I'm thinking of honestly just doing what you can already, you know, see here. Just like very... Like, honestly, I thought about keeping them colored, doing colored pencil. To have a different texture as well. But the colored pencil has more of a softness to it compared to the gouache. To kind of differentiate them. Like, keep them as part of the backdrop. So that your eye isn't contending. Because like right now, I like the way that they kind of are just not an afterthought, but your eye goes to her. And that's what I want. And I fear like if I... Like you can see just these few little, you know, like bits of fur. Like I think the colored pencil will lend itself nicely to that texture I'm trying to go for. With just like a little bit of, you know, fur and whatnot without distracting, and by virtue of using a separate medium as well, I think it will differentiate them, create the depth I'm going for of having foreground, a separate foreground, and a separate background. Now, where the frick is my reference photo? Here it is, found it. I have just this random folder on my laptop of all these just like free stock photos to use for artistic references. She looks like she's had a tough life. Oh my gosh. Well, that's what we're kind of going for, because Persephone definitely did, y'all. She was kidnapped by her uncle and then married to him. She's Rhaenyra Targaryen. Oh, Persephone is the Rhaenyra of the underworld. Right? Isn't Hades... Before I go and spread misinformation. Hades... Persephone's uncle? Yeah. Hades is her uncle. She's the daughter of Zeus and Demeter, and Hades is Zeus's brother. She is Rhaenyra. And they are also married. Oh god. Hades abducted Persephone to the underworld and made her his queen. Yep. Yup, sorry. That just, I just thought that was funny. One of my dog's best mates is a Doberman without the pointy ears, though. Bert, can y'all Wait, you draw? I do dance productions. I love that. I do. Get ready, y'all. We're gonna be drawing a lot more. I'm locking in. This is about to become more of a regularity on the channel. What the frick was I saying? Okay, dog culture. I'm learning so much in just all of my, oh, frick. I also didn't actually do her ear. Oh well. That's gonna be an afterthought. In my research to collect reference photos, I was looking up cute pictures of Dobermans, and I realized I saw a photo of one. Can y'all who own dogs, or if you have a Doberman yourself, anyone who's more of a dog expert than me, I saw photos. I was like, oh wait, are there different breeds? Are there different versions of Dobermans? Because some had the pointy ears, but then all of the puppies had the floppy ones. And then there are older ones with the floppy ears too. And then I saw a photo of a more grown one, a not puppy, with a not puppy. What the frick am I saying? A matured Doberman that had those kind of, it almost looks like tinfoil on its ears to get them to stick upright. And I didn't realize that they didn't just naturally do that. I guess, duh. Can anything defy gravity that much? But I felt so stupid. I never knew that. So can somebody attest to this? If you have a Doberman yourself, I never knew that they don't naturally just have the world's pointiest ears. And you have to, like, train them. But then what is the benefit of, how did that start? What's the cultural or aerodynamic benefit of, why did they start pinning up Doberman's ears? Is it for aesthetics? Is it so they can hear better? I don't know. If anybody knows, let me know. I had a phase, y'all, because I want a dog so badly. I really do. But sadly, I think I've developed an allergy to them. I think I have a severe allergy, unfortunately, to dogs that developed in adulthood, because I used to have dogs as a kid and I was perfectly fine. Whereas now, if I go to somebody's house who has dogs and I forget to take an allergy pill, I can't even breathe. My lungs, oh, I get that like tightness in my like chest, not my esophagus, my windpipe. I get hives, I get itchy throat, itchy ears, I get everything. I sneeze, I get the worst of the worst. Every possible symptom you can imagine, unfortunately, and it's only gotten worse over the years, and so I'm still like in my phases of denial. Anyway, all this is to say, if my denial can beat out, it can win out, and I can actually like suck it up, or go get those shots that you can take, or just get an air purifier, an air filter to diffuse the dander, all that stuff. And if I ever actually go to get a dog, I had a phase where I was like, this would be so freaking, how boss would I look if because I used to think, okay, I just wanted a small dog, less hair, less dander, you know what I'm saying? And also, welcome, Golf Mike. Oh my gosh, welcome to the apprentice level. Thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate that. And 7 dogs in my house. Like, yeah, Patrick Kelly, I think I would die on sight. I wouldn't make it past the threshold. I'd be dead. A dog allergy? That's devastating. That's why I said I'm in denial. I'm still in denial, y'all. I gotta do something about it. But I had this phase because I used to prefer small dogs because, yes, they're easier to maintain. But then I read about like a violent crime that happened somewhere in LA in my proximity, which also frickin' that happens every day in LA. Like, if you live in a big area, I don't know why it phased me. And I deleted this app immediately. I used to have the Citizen app. I don't like that. I think it breeds paranoia. So I deleted the app after that, but I let this bother me, and I like had to phase. I was like, oh my god, I need to get a guard dog. So I had this phase, then I transitioned from small dogs to big dog obsession. Oh, Woggy has to peace out. First off, a shout out. Thank you for this genius idea all credit to you. I upload, when I finish this, I'll probably post it on my Instagram, which is usually linked in my description box. Actually, it's not linked on this stream. Sorry about that. It's just at LaSalle2, or if you search my name, you'll definitely be able to find it. I posted the finished one from last week there. And maybe I'll start posting these on the community tab as well, because I understand not everybody wants to be on social media. So if you're not on Instagram or have no interest on being on Instagram, but you still want to see the finished products, I was like, oh, I should maybe post these in my community tab so that people who, even if you are on Instagram and you don't want to follow me, you can still check in and see how it came out. So shout out, Floggy. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I don't know if we're going to finish this one today. We might. I got nothing else going on, and we like I said, y'all, we gotta crank out a lot of these, so we'll see. But I also don't want to rush it, you know? Like last week's piece, I knew sitting down for that stream, I was like, yeah, it's game time. We're gonna finish this. Versus this week's piece has a lot more going on. So who knows? So I don't know if it's gonna be finished. If it's not finished today, it'll certainly be finished by the end of the week. So yes, my Instagram is where you'll be able to, and I also should upload these on my website too. So I gotta do that. As I was saying. Okay, so I had this phase. I used to be a small dog shipper. I was like, I'm gonna have a small dog. But then this happened and I saw this local incident and I was like, frick, I need protection. And I was like, I snapped in and I immediately had a transformation. I was like, I'm gonna get a Greyhound. I'm gonna get a Doberman. I'm gonna get one of those Scooby-Doo dogs, a Great Dane. And then I like spiraled into this tizzy of like, how sick would that be, y'all? Nobody would mess with me if my little 5-foot self was walking around with a dog that's equally tall as me. Now I understand. That's extremely irresponsible, because I'm also a firm believer, if you have a dog or a pet or any animal, whatever your moral support, oh god no, that belittles it. What do they call emotional support? Whatever your emotional support animal might be, I believe you should be able to control it, and not in a dominating human control animal way, but meaning if it's gonna run and break its leash and go and potentially maul a child, then it's on you. And unfortunately I sadly have accepted that if I had, oh frick, is this gonna be too bright? How do I feel? I am vibing with that actually. But yes, I accepted that could only ever just be a pipe dream, a phase, because if I had a Doberman or some sort of big, scary dog that was just as tall as me, scary dog, by the way, I don't mean that in a bad connotation, I mean it would scare off anyone who tries to kidnap me. If it were, God forbid, break free out of its restraints, then I'm going flying with it, and that's irresponsible, so that can only ever be a pipe dream. But wouldn't that look so cool, guys? If I'm just walking down the street and I have this big dog that's taller than me, I think that would be so cool. Exactly, Daddy Josh. There's nothing more badass than being a 5-foot tall big dog owner. Exactly. Yeah, you might as well ride the Great Dane like a horse. Exactly. I know 3 Great Danes and all are gentle giants and scaredy cats. That's true, Bird Church. I think that big dogs get a bad rep. And I was also researching too, because interestingly enough, I found that big dogs can actually make for potentially good apartment dogs, because when you're rocking with that much horsepower, they exert more energy just by taking a few steps, you know, so they don't need, like, you might think they need to run it out more or have more room to spread out, but in reality, if you just walk them properly, they get tired sooner, is what I'm trying to say, just by virtue of being big. And so I read, actually, surprisingly, that it's not necessarily inhumane. Now, I'm gonna be a really big effing hypocrite because there I was shitting on Blackfish last week for the inhumanity of keeping an orca, a killer whale, in a tank that is essentially the equivalent of a bathtub for a human being. And now here I am saying it's not inhumane to keep a Great Dane as an apartment dog. It is obviously owner's discretion, whatever you feel, whatever your animal is comfortable with. So feel free to disagree with me. I don't even know if I fully agree with it, but I was shocked to learn that big dogs, or greyhounds, for example, don't need a huge space because they exert so much energy. They would be fine. They would be okay as apartment dogs. It would be sustainable for them because if all you gotta do, if you take them for a walk, they get so tired from just walking even short distances that they then have to spend the rest of the day chilling. Does that make sense? They, like, the trope, the stereotype might be, oh my god, you have a big Great Dane, how can you have that in a little apartment? But they don't need that much space because by the time if you're getting them enough exercise and they're exerting their energy properly, if you have access to the outside and you are fulfilling that and giving that to them, then it's okay. They can be content as apartment dogs because they're gonna come home and just pass the frick out. And it's not like they're gonna want to be running around your apartment anymore. They just exerted pretty much all of their emotional spending, or physical spending for the day, their energetic expenditures, which was interesting to me. I never knew that. This was all, of course, me still trying to gaslight myself into thinking that I could have a Great Dane. But no. I'm a lab owner. Oh my god, super sweet and awesome dogs. They are waiting for the F word. No, I'm not gonna go on another tangent about SeaWorld. I'm not gonna drop it today. I watched that back, y'all, and I really ripped into them, and I still mean it. I want to rewatch Blackfish after I've been thinking about it, but no, we're feeling good. We're not trying to be sad. But yes, alas, I think it's becoming easier if you are allergic, right? They have those shots that you can go and take, like just essentially an allergy shot. That makes it tolerable for you. You know, you got air purifiers that you can be running. So I think there are ways, there is a scenario in which I can make it happen, but yeah, I've accepted that I could never have a large dog like that because it's obviously, in my personal opinion, do your thing, rock with what you got. I think it would be irresponsible for me, in my opinion, to have an animal that I can't, if it were to run free and run wild, even if it wasn't in a malicious way, if it were to go break free and chase after a bird or something, and if I'm going flying with it, then that's not responsible. And God forbid we tackle a small child in the process. So I've accepted I probably shouldn't endanger others. That's what I'm trying to say. If you can't control your own animal, then it becomes a liability. So trying to get a small dog or cat. My terriers are adorable, but monsters at times, but adorable. Oh, that's so sweet. God, oh my god, I freaking love. I feel like at least once a year we have a live stream where I just demand that you all share more about your animals with me so that I can live vicariously through you. One of you guys, is it Sean who's rocking with the Maine Coon? The scariest animal known to man. Oh god. Don't look into a dog's eyes or you'll become their slave. I'm a slave to any dog I encounter. I said this last week, y'all. I genuinely perceive animals to be just too pure for this world. Like, we don't deserve them. Now, dogs I have a different place in my heart for because I've always been allergic to cats. My whole life, growing up as a kid, since I was a baby, I had one allergic reaction as an infant, and that was it. So I've always known, so I've never developed emotional attachments to cats. I've always seen them as the enemy. No offense, I'm sure y'all who have cats, they're all probably really lovely. But now I'm wondering if the universe, to spite me, is like, ha 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 ha, you've been mean to cats all your life. I haven't been mean to cats. I just don't like them. I just grew up being like, okay, I'll never have one. So I might as well never develop like, aw, kitty, like emotional feelings towards them. You know, does that make sense? I'm just bracing myself for a lifetime of never being able to have a cat. But now I'm like, what if the sick joke from the universe is that, oh, I grew up loving dogs, seeing cats as the enemy. But also, does anybody else remember that movie, Dogs versus Cats? The cats are the villains. They try to take over the world. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Oh my god, please, if you've seen that film, holy schnickies, that's a deep cut. That's from so freaking long ago. And I swear, the cats are the bad guys. They're the evil mastermind. But now I'm wondering if the universe is like, ha ha ha, frick you. You're gonna be allergic to dogs forever now. But I haven't tested it with a cat lately, because I just don't go near cats. But I've been near plenty of dogs and have freaking been like, I need an inhaler. And that's not to dumb, I don't have asthma, so that probably sounded really insensitive because I don't know what it's like to have a genuine asthma attack, but I can't be in denial any longer that dogs make me have difficulty breathing. So, much to my dismay, I just can't, I don't know. I think it might also be certain breeds. Like, unfortunately, like labs get to me. Because those are the dogs I interact with most, because that's what some of our family members have. And something about their fur. So I have to launch an experiment. Because when I was actually, maybe that's, I can't give up hope. Rebellions are built on hope. My dream of being a dog owner is built on hope. I think, because when I interacted with like a Boston Terrier recently, I was okay. But when I interact with labs, so maybe it's dependent on the breed. They all have different types of fur, you know, so I wonder. Okay, everybody knows what I'm talking about. Cats and dogs, yes. Chill. Kyle, good to see you. I thought cats were bad too, but now I have 3. True, that escalated for you. When did you get 3? Oh my gosh. Proud cat dad. Yeah. Listen, I'm not trying to shade. I'm not trying to talk shit. Listen, I might be saddled with cats. Cats might be the only thing I can ever actually own. I gotta test my theory. I haven't tested it, so what I gotta do is pay you a visit and experiment with your 3. That sounded wrong. I have to launch an experiment and expose myself to your 3 cat. What am I saying? Holy F, delete this. Burn this stream now. Jesus, can I talk in a way that's not effing weird? Delete my digital footprint. Just wipe this. Bye guys. I need to go and hang out with your 3 cats. That's what the frick I'm trying to say. And stage an experiment. Jesus. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Oh God, sorry. I'm sorry. This is gonna get taken down. This is gonna get demonetized. Oh. Sorry, y'all. Oh, I'm catching Z's. You're cracking me up. Who gave me access to a microphone? I'm like, honestly, I'm a full perpetuator when you see those memes. Maybe you shouldn't get in cat. Yeah, guys, stop it. Stop it, guys. I know I messed up. I'm sorry. I'm a full perpetuator whenever I see one of those memes that's like, we gotta put tariffs on podcasting equipment for because everyone has a freaking podcast now, or too many people have access to microphones. Count me into that, y'all. Rope me in. Count me in. Oh god. Stop it. Stop, guys. No. Cat, just paint and roll with it. Okay, I need to Men in Black all of you guys and pretend you didn't hear that. Okay, I'm double tasking. My brain is doing too many things at once. You know what? I should have listened. Because when I first announced last week that I was going to be doing this, I got a lot of comments, surprisingly, that were like, well, be careful. Don't multitask too hard and be looking at the chat. You're not going to know what you're doing. And yeah, I should have listened to them. I don't know what I'm doing nor what I'm saying. Anyway. Alright, enough of animals. I gotta get away from the subject. The drink is kicking in. I haven't even... I should back myself up. I wish I had my flavored water on standby right now so I could be like, guys, this is the reason why. The sad part is though, Kyle who commented that about 3 cats is my friend IRL. Oh, never gonna be friends with me again. Oh. Yeah. Well, anyway, happy to hear that you all have lovely cats. That's the irony. I'm named after cats. I'm not named after cats, but that's my nickname. And I've always been allergic to them. I always thought that was, in a way, a sick joke, and now cats will probably always hate me. She's losing it. I am. Stop it, guys. Stop it. I'm never gonna recover from this. It's fine. I will not be marking the timestamps for that one. In fact, after this stream publishes, I'm gonna go in and delete that. No, because sadly that actually takes forever. Because YouTube does give you that option if you want to edit out after you've already uploaded something, or if you have to edit out a segment for copyright purposes or whatever. It takes 50,000 years. It might as well say, okay, go off and live your life and tune back in next week. And it'll be re-uploaded. It doesn't actually take that long. But it takes long enough that... I mean, I'm contemplating it. But also not really. It takes a while. It's not just like, okay, boop. Done. Wow, barely past noon and we are already going off the rails. Jesus. Guys, what if I actually just ended the stream right here? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't like any of what Not only do I not like any of what I just said, I don't really like any of what I just did. Because now... this felt so much better in my brain when I was thinking this through. And now that I've actually done it, I don't know if I like it, because it's kind of almost, it's almost too much. It's almost too much. That could also be because this is the first place. I haven't done any white yet. I've not gone in with any highlights on like her face, obviously the dogs, her hair. Okay, so maybe don't jump the gun. I always do this and want to just like bail. I want to bail Organa out of there because I do one thing and I'm not immediately on board with it, and then I'm like, I stink. I might as well quit right here and now. But no, it's not finished. I can't prematurely judge it. I don't have a steady hand anymore. I'm just cracking up. It took 84 years. Literally. No, unfortunately, this has cemented itself as the next inside joke here on this channel, and I'm just gonna have to live with that. If you were here, you're here for it. Congratulations. Please don't hold it over me forever. I'm wiping my digital footprint. I'm leaving, y'all. Kidding. When am I gonna resume reacting to Korra? $1 million question, and thank you for being patient. Either this week or next. But when I sit down to watch it, I gotta clear out my storage because when I sit down, I want to finish. I think I have 6 episodes left. Are there 12 episodes? Actually, there might be 13 episodes in the final season. Whenever I sit down to watch it, I need to finish all of it because I know I've been bad. I was literally just thinking about it this morning. I was like, I started this show over a freaking year ago. And I know that people have dropped off, and that's on me, and that's deserved on my part, because it took me so freaking long. And so I need to remedy that. But then Andor took over my life. But also I know I can't use this as an excuse anymore. But I genuinely was trying to like savor. You know, I didn't want to just like, oh, I'm just only making this worse. I didn't want to speed run through Korra. Y'all, you want to hear the original? The original logic was, okay, I'm gonna not mess with this anymore because I don't really like it. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Wait, I can cover it up. That's what I'm not liking. Okay, what I was saying was my original goal was just I didn't want to speed run through Korra because I want to savor it. And where's the servers? Get rid of the evidence. Literally, y'all, if the stream isn't live anymore after this, then you'll know why. But I didn't want to just rush through Korra because I try to savor it, and I know when I finish it, it's gonna be over. Duh, that's how it works. That's why I'm here. That's how it works. Okay, y'all, do not judge what I'm about to do. I think the reason I'm not vibing with this is because... Alright, I'm doing something premature. I'm just dulling it down a little bit. Oh, but frick! It wasn't freaking dry. Oh! Hang on, hang on. Oh, Schnikes. Oh! Oh, Mary Mother. Oh, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. Oh. Oh, God. It wasn't dry. I'm an idiot. Okay. Oh. Ah! God. We're falling apart in more ways than one team. Okay. Frickin' don't touch it. 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 Let it dry. See what happens. You'll see what the frick I just did. I just muddied all of this up. However, I kind of like what's happening here. Not me trying to self-soothe and justify the reckless thing I just did. What I'm trying to do is go over this. I'm putting a watch over top of everything I just did because I'm not rocking with sorry, y'all. Oh. Oh. Sorry. Okay. I'm gonna stop making these panicked, ghostly, guttural noises. Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel. Okay. I was in the middle of explaining. I don't like what I just self-sabotaged. Self-sabotaged. We self-sabotaged. That's what just happened. We gotta live with our mistakes. It's fine. Okay. Oh no. Oh. I see where you're going, just trust it. Oh dear, oh dear. Catching Z's, thanks for being here. Go spare yourself. And before you head out, let me just Men in Black mind wipe you real quick. You'll forget everything from the past half hour. Thanks so much for being here. Wait, it still looks good. Arguably better. Thank you, Taco. That's what I was going for. It's fine. Just fade the red and blend it. Yes. So that's what I just tried to do. What happened was, I originally had this vision that everything that happened was according to plan. I ended up not liking what my plan was. Okay. Yeah. So, last night, before you guys were here, I was working on this, and I went down with the shadows for the veins, the tree vine veins. She fits in better with the background. Thank you. Okay, phew. Yes, that's what I'm going for. And originally my game plan was I wanted that contrast between the shadows here and the light, the white veiny highlights. But actually, honestly, what we just did, even though that was crazy, even though I just took fate into my own hands, I think it actually kind of remedied what I wasn't vibing with for this, because y'all saw it. We all saw the same thing. The veins were too overpowering, and it was distracting, and it was too much going on. I shouldn't have gone in with pure white. That's on me, so I learned my lesson. And it was too high contrast, and so there's already a lot going on down here, and I realized I haven't even finished Pomegranate or this hand. Granted, I also haven't finished like her face, or like I said, the wolves up here. I'm gonna add highlights for them as well, but I didn't want this to be the focal point. I just wanted this to be kind of adornment. Does that make sense? And then it kind of became about those veins. So that's why I went over there. I'm gonna try that again, because that actually didn't go. Now that it's dried, it doesn't look horrible. I'm going in with some more washes over top of this to dull it down, because this isn't meant to be the centerpiece. It's just meant to be a little decor, you know? Ah, how is that still wet? Frick. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Sorry. I'm gonna go through this and clip all of my craziest moments. I think, though, that helped, because it's okay. What I'm doing by adding these glazes over top of it, these smaller layers of paint, I'm trying to like make it look like this is under the skin, because right now it was looking over the skin, and that's not. I wasn't rocking with it. I wasn't vibing with it. Does any of this make sense? The contrast with the background. She contrasts with the background, and the red pulls you in more. Thank you, Nico. Shout out. You shall be the architect of your own destruction. It's all good, Cat. You're only human. Coming from a film lighting standpoint, the red on the right side makes it seem like there is a red light being shined on it. It did kind of look like that. Now, that's a good thing I also have to be thinking about, Taco. Yeah, it was more red over here, I will say. It was very... I balanced it out a little bit. Alright, I might just... reset. What do I want to do next? I think I gotta do the fit. What am I doing? What am I doing? Take my opinion with a grain of salt, but I think the right side is fine. I'm taking your opinion with a giant slab of... No, what's the opposite? I'm taking your opinion with no grains of salt because I value it. Is that how you would say it? I don't really know. It reads as body tissue. Okay, clutch. That's what I'm going for. Okay, we might not tamper with this. Her body looks more alien-like now. Okay, I vibe with that. I might... This is gonna sound crazy, y'all. While we're in the mood for self-sabotage, let's just, go work on the face. Shall we? Let's work on the portrait. We are truly a wordsmith today, Chop. Would the opposite of salty be sugary? That's what I was thinking, Daddy Josh. I was like, I'm gonna take your opinion with a high dose of sugar, with a spoonful of sugar. I don't know what the opposite would be, but I was also thinking that. Okay, is everything up here dry? It is for now. I should write a book. Not today, I shouldn't. Not the way we are firing on weird cylinders now, folks. Okay, I gotta get closer with it. Oh, dang. Thank gosh my chair broke off stream, y'all. There I go again. Almost dying. Sorry, this is apologies to whoever suggested that this was ASMR like earlier. You jinxed me. This turned into the opposite of ASMR. Okay. Alright. Sorry, y'all, getting a little more up close. Because now that the red is dry, I love the look of it because it pulls you towards her face. Yes, exactly, Nico, exactly. I think that was a good way to subdue what we had done. It's a beautiful part about paint. You can always just paint over if you frick it up. Just popping in to say hello, great painting. Well, thank you, Cheapskate Coins. Good to see you for a bit. Thanks for popping in. All right. Okay. All right. So I had established that we're not doing anything further to her eyes, but I am going to do eyelashes. And I might do those with the colored pencil here, and I think I'm going to use the colored pencil to just add a little bit more depth and bump up the shadows. That's what my high school art teacher always used to say, bump up the contrast, bump up the shadows. Because that's what we would get graded on for, believe it or not, there was an AP, art classes. And so I took those in high school for 2 years. And so we made work based on, obviously, the intention of, instead of taking, we didn't take an exam, like an AP exam. Our exam, essentially, it wasn't a written exam, it was just work. You would literally mail in, actually, a portfolio. So we would have a day where we would spend like packaging up all of our work and then praying it survived on the way to the college board, jury center, or wherever. Whatever college board overlords are judging it. And so we would spend the entire, year making work towards this. Our exam, our AP exam for college credit basically started day one, because every piece you're making is going to go towards your portfolio. And so we had not guidelines, but our teacher knew, she knew the ins and outs. She knew the ropes. She knew what they were looking for, the jury, the judges. And so that was one thing, high contrast, like strong contrasts, a strong understanding of lighting, of value, light versus dark. And so that's why she would always say, bump up the contrast, bump up the shadows. And so that just reminded me, it's crazy. That was years ago, and there I am still like quoting her infamous line. Probably because it's like muscle memory. We would hear it all the time. Sorry if y'all can hear that. garbage truck immediately outside my window. Chop! Real quick, I'm currently trying to get an edit idea using a Sleep Token song. Which song? Holy frick. Okay, now this is tough because frick, I've never thought about this. Sleep Token is so like fantastical / sci-fi / Star Wars coded, so hang on. Okay. The only thing I could think of, my favorite song of theirs is The Apparition, and off the top of my head, that could be fabulous for like Vader Padme edit, because the lyrics being, for me, my interpretation of that song is he's being haunted by a former lover or partner or whoever, and her spirit, she just won't let him go. And so I think that could be so fitting for like a Padme Vader, even though there's not much of like, that would be tough footage-wise. The only thing that like comes to mind, one of my favorite freaking moments ever, y'all, and this is why I will complain until my grave about the Padme erasure, because one of the most beautiful moments that we get of like Vader trying to conjure Padme, like he never, my understanding of it is, as we see in the Vader Immortal, like why is a video game, why is a VR video game giving us some of the best Vader trying to recall Padme's memory content? Because there's a scene in that game, you're lurking throughout Vader's palace, you don't know where the frick you are, we are just some random folk, and we come across Vader in like this private science room that he's trying to like do this like biohacking, like he's doing something, he's tampering with some sort of holocron that brings up this like hologram of Padme, and you see her fully, it's her while she's like pregnant, and then it kind of fizzles out and he freaks the frick out and screams and the room shatters and the droid who's with you says some snarky ass comment and you're like, do you even know what we just witnessed? And tell me why that happens in a freaking video. Like, oh my god. So that's what I'm thinking of. That's the crux of this though is, yeah, that's one of the best instances of like Vader being haunted by Padme's ghost and not being able to be with her. Because that's another one of the lines of that song too. Sleep Token, The Apparition, just let me go or take me with you. Oh my god, I epic love that song. It's so funny because out of all their songs, that's the one I relate to like the least, because I view it as very fantastical and like he is being it's a ghost that just keeps appearing to him. That's never happened to me, but oh my god, it's my favorite of their freaking songs. So that off the top of my head for like a Padme Vader thing, but that's what I'm saying, that might be tough because that's, you could find that footage though. I'm sure there's a cutscene of it on YouTube, of that moment. What's a Sleep Token? We'll be here all day, if we go into it. So the Apparition I think could be great for like a Anakin Padme / Vader Padme, but like I said, the Padme erasure is so freaking tragic that, what the frick happened there? That's the only content I could think of that could be a really cool clip to include from Vader Immortal, because it's one of the few times we see him, like he takes his helmet off and everything, you hear his voice as Anakin. It's crazy, but it's one of the only times that we actually see him trying to like conjure her or find a way. Like the implication for me was that he was trying to like revive her, he's trying to do some Frankenstein something. So the Apparition, what the frick else? I mean, you could pick any Sleep Token song and I would vibe with it, Chop. Oh my god, I would cry, I would die. I can't wait, y'all. I'm going again in October. I am gonna die. I'm so salty. It's Rock'em. It's the big German in Deutschland, right? Rock'em Ring, Rock'em Park. All the goats are gonna be there. I'm pretty sure. Bring Me the Horizon. Let's torture ourselves for a hot second and read who's gonna be there. Sleep Token, obviously, my kings. Spirit Box. Yeah, it's happening. Dang, it goes on Friday through Sunday. Now here's the thing, I don't know if I'd be able to. Slipknot, frick. Corn. Peace, love, LA, baby. Ooh, Imminence. Sorry, I'm reading a really... Nothing more. I'm reading a really grainy photo. And then we have Sleep Token, Lorna Shore. I'm just naming the folks that I know and like. Ginger. And then, yes, Bring Me the Horizon. Weezer. That's kind of funny. Electric Cowboy, you're kidding me. Oh, Electric Cowboy DJ set. So I guess that means Electric Cowboy themselves aren't actually there. Poppy. Dang. Oh, I wish I was... I wish I had access to Germany. Sorry. Anyway, Salty. We'll just have to wait till October. It's fine. But yeah, Chop, if you did a any sort of edit with any Sleep Token song, I will retweet that until I have carpal tunnel. I'll go crazy. Someone did a great animation of Vader going to Padme's tomb on YouTube. Like, yeah, why can we not get that in IRL, y'all? I just feel like the Padme erasure is insane. I'm serious. Now I want to just go back and rewatch it because it's funny. Did I ever upload the first part of that? I think I did. Of me, it was the footage of me playing it on the VR and getting motion sick the entire time. It's fine. And I only uploaded it. I filmed it in 3 parts, and I only ever uploaded the first part. And I never uploaded the rest of the game, but that was actually a really great game. It just made me want to puke my guts up. You guys never saw it, and unfortunately you might never see it. It's deleted footage in the history of this channel, but there's a portion of that game. I can't really do VR, y'all, because it's equivalent to like a simulation for me. If you saw my vlog going to Universal Studios with Amber, my sister. She's actually Tom's sister, but I claimed her as mine. If you saw that vlog from our Universal Quest and we did the Transformers ride, it's essentially that. It's a simulator. You just sit there on this track that moves around, but it's I'm gonna throw the frick up just thinking about it. It's just panoramic screens like around you, and your cart will move around, but you're just watching. I'm gonna be sick just freaking thinking about it. Oh god, I hate that shit. So it's kind of a similar experience playing VR for me. I don't vibe well with it. It is not good. It's not good for me. Something about it just throws off my equilibrium. And so that, unfortunately, y'all will never, that is part of the cut footage that I just never uploaded for some reason. Because I'm pretty sure I uploaded the first part of me playing that game. Maybe it was out of embarrassment because I didn't want y'all to see me almost throw up. Oh yes, there was a portion towards the very end of that game where you're riding on this, you're riding it somehow on a log flume. I don't know. Yeah, I think we were in water. We were on a boat. Oh, motherfucker, we were on a boat. Y'all, I got motion sick in real life on boats, so you can imagine me in this VR world going full speed. You're on a boat, and not only, it's not like you're just peacefully riding on a boat. You're doing this for 10 minutes, and you're fighting for your life. You gotta operate. You're fighting with a lightsaber. Which should be the time of your life, but I was having anything but. I was dying. And, I genuinely almost threw up. So perhaps that's why that footage never saw the light of day. On this channel, I just was so embarrassed. It's also so embarrassing because there were so many times during that game. It's so funny because VR is kind of like... Alright, I have no experience in this. I'm only saying this from the context of like hearing about people describe it in comedy specials and whatnot. I have never experienced this, but like being on some sort of cosmic trip where you need a chaperone, that's what playing VR is like, because you need somebody there babysitting you to make sure you don't slam into the TV. And so that's what Tom was doing. And so much of that game, and you don't realize, I didn't realize it, but I would be fully turned around. If y'all are the TV, I would be looking all the way over there. Like, you inevitably kind of just fidget and move a little bit. But I was doing it too much. And then eventually I would ask Tom, I would be like, am I even facing the TV right now? And he would have to be like, no, you're completely turned. Like, I would be completely turned around, and it just looks so stupid in so much of that footage that I'm just like, my back is to the camera and I'm just swatting in the air. It genuinely looks really dumb. I'm sorry, in my opinion, I looked so stupid. So maybe that's also why I just kind of self-consciously never published that. Because I just look so dumb. So sorry about that, y'all. But I also spared you the secondhand trauma of watching me almost puke my brains out, because I almost did. That was, I would love to play that game again just for fun, but I wouldn't survive. Because I just can't do... I can do a little bit of VR, like if you know that game Beat Saber. That's a fun one. I'm sorry I can't contribute to the James Bond discourse. I've not watched a lot of the James Bond movies, honestly. You know what I also need to watch? I want to rewatch the entirety of like the Mission Impossible franchise before I go see the finale, because I never saw like the original ones, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna try something here. Okay. I don't hate what that just did. I don't like the flatness. I'm trying to just add a little bit of a roundness. Sorry, I'm like right next to the mic. I'm trying to moderate my volume here, because this mic, I'm not using my nice one. This is a pretty old Blue Yeti, which used to serve me well, but it's kind of on its last leg. I actually thought it was deceased for quite a long time, and I literally dug it out of its grave. I exhumed my Blue Yeti for the purposes of this stream, because I don't want to... My other mic is too cumbersome and it would just get in the way. It's not, like... it wouldn't lend itself well to this setup here, and so... How many of those are there now? Right, Daddy? It's like... Yeah, like Chopper said, it's kind of like the Fast and Furious franchise. There's so many of them. But I only ever watched... The only one I've ever watched, actually, was the one where he's climbing the Burj Khalifa? Is that giant frickin', like, is that one of the tall building in, Dubai? Call me out if my geography is so wrong, y'all. The one where he's scaling that, and then there's the giant sandstorm. I only ever saw that one, and then the Henry Cavill one. So I don't know, like, any of the lore. All the backstory with, like, Ethan's wife. I don't know. Whenever they reference the past in those movies and there's flashbacks, I'm like, I don't know what the frick any of this is. And I feel out of the loop, so I kind of want to remedy that and do, like, a giant... But I gotta do it fast if I'm gonna do it, because I don't want that movie to leave theaters. I think that's definitely worth going to see on the big screen, the final Mission Impossible. So I actually have to lock in. I got 10 movies, frick. Yeah, I got a lot of catching up to do. Okay, this helped do something. I don't hate it. Oh, frick. Okay, but now it's... Oh! We're verging on dangerous territory. Okay, leave it. Let it dry. Leave it. Leave it, I say, as I go back in to do more. Okay, actually, I like this because it's kind of, it's now become, it's like she actually has skin. Oh, that kind of saved this a little bit. It's like she has skin, but it's translucent. Now you guys also see how much of this I just wing. How much of this I go into with zero game plan. Okay, but hang on. Oh my god. It's working! It's working! Oh, that just restored my faith. Oh my god, I frick with that. Okay, I'm gonna leave that. I'm going to leave that. Oh, I love what just happened. Oh, y'all, I can draw. Me when my faith in myself is restored. It's like, wow, I don't stink. Oh, hang on. I'm treading into dangerous territory here because I already just did colored pencil over top of that. Okay, leave it. Just leave it. The Burj Khalifa, right? Isn't that a building? Yes, okay, yes. He climbed it with zero safeties. Oh my god, that's crazy. Yeah. What he is doing to... I honestly think he... Listen, I'm not trying to... What's the term the Gen Z kids use these days? Glaze. I'm not trying to glaze Tom Cruise because... That man has ups and downs, as does freaking everybody in Hollywood. So you'll never catch me out here really fully supporting too many celebrities, because they're all humans. They're all humans, right? At the end of the day, everybody's got their thing. So, but Tom Cruise and what he has done as of late to not only prop up his own films, but what he does to support other filmmakers, other buzz, you know, the attention he paid towards Sinners, which I need to frickin' still go see in theaters before it leaves. Holy frick, it's already just came out on digital, so like I'm already behind. I'm already gonna lose my opportunity. But like that, and the stunts, you know, doing his own stunts, I think by virtue of that, because stunt performers and actors unfortunately just always get, you know, pushed to the wayside. We see it unfortunately with The Mandalorian. Now I do see people make efforts to shout out, see, I'm guilty of it. I'm blanking on their names. I can tell you Pedro Pascal off the top of my head. Brandon Wayne and Crowder is the other guy's name. Here's me trying to preach that we as a society don't invest enough attention in stunt performers, and here I am trying to preach as if I know what the frick I'm talking about, and I can't even name, that just goes to show I can't even name off the top of my head their full names of the Mandalorian's stunt doubles, who frankly do, dare I say, didn't it come out for one of the seasons? Okay, I didn't want to do that. That they did like 90% of the, like, what we know about the physicality of Mando and his mannerisms is because of them. I'm pretty sure. I don't think that's too bold to say. And so all this to go back to Tom Cruise. Yeah, historically we don't invest enough appreciation for the stunt community and the fact that they risk literal lives in the filmmaking sphere. And I think Tom Cruise, by virtue of being a big name actor who does his own stunts, has drawn a lot of attention. I'm not saying I don't think it's coincidental, but the timing of the fact that him in this day and age doing his own stunts and drawing attention to that, paired with the timing of the fact that I think the Academy Awards only have just recently introduced a stunt achievement category. I'm not saying it's not coincidence, and I'm not saying it's solely because of Tom Cruise, but I think by virtue of him being a big name superstar, he has done a lot to draw attention to that field in that profession. Because there I was gonna say, oh well, he's taking jobs away from stunt people. No, if anything, he has highlighted the lengths that, yeah, professional stunt performers go through. And more often than not, it's kind of like a thankless job, I feel like. Because we never know people's... It's rare to know who a famous franchise's stunt actors are, you know? And it shouldn't be that way. So that's on me. Here I am preaching this, and like I said, I just freaking blanked publicly on The Mandalorian. The veins look way better now because they look under the surface. Yes, Chop. Yes, that's exactly what I was going for. It actually, it doesn't, it looks more like veins now. I agree. Whatever this was like a last-ditch effort to try to think of something to do to remedy that, and thank goodness this happened. Because I was just originally going in to just do little highlights here, and then it morphed into this wash over top of the veins, and I think it helped so freaking much. Okay. But I was gonna set up, I was in the middle of the face. Why did I pivot away from the face? I got distracted. I was rocking with what we were doing. I have to do... I'm debating whether I want to add subtle... I'm debating whether I want to... There are highlights on her face. That's what I was going to do next. What I've been doing here... I need to do on her face... But yes, I'm rocking with this more. I'm going to be honest, team. I kind of lost faith. I kind of, hated it a little bit. But now my hope is restored. Aren't they going to start introducing stunt awards at the Oscars or Emmys? Yes, I think so, Stanley's. I feel like that's happening at the next... It either did just happen, or it's happening in the next run of the Academy Awards. I think. But yeah, it's like about time, right? It just looks a bit weird over on this side. Work with me, work with me. Be with me. Be with me. Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on now. Okay. Alright. Well, the frick was I gonna do? Oh, I still have so much to do. Okay. I have to do... I gotta finish her face. So I'm gonna do that. Because I keep getting distracted. Then I'm gonna do her hair. Oh, and then I'm gonna do all this still. Okay, maybe the counterpart that I make for Hades, I won't make as intense as this one. Genuinely curious though. I would love to hear you guys' thoughts. Which, and I won't be offended, or I won't care either way, because I don't even know if I have an opinion yet, so I'm putting y'all on the spot. Which piece do you guys prefer? This piece this week or last week's? And again, that is no pressure. You could say one or neither, or you could say whatever. I'm just curious to hear which way people swing, and that can be just like, obviously, I guess it's a little bit tough because this is still a work in progress versus, you know what the finished product from last week looked like. I'm really putting y'all on the spot right now. I do not care one way or the other what your answer is. I'm just curious to hear which composition you like more, the color scheme. You know, I think I'm using more color in this one versus I really just used a limited palette in the one from last week. So what the frick is going on today? We had a bunch of sirens, fire trucks, garbage trucks. We're getting all of the outside noise today. This one's more realistic looking. Okay. Well, it's not done yet, but this one's cool. Shout out. Thank you, Charlie. I personally like last week's because of the color palette. Okay, okay. How about both? I think I need a side by side. Last week's was dope. I like both, but I like the colors in this one more. Cool. Interesting. Interesting. Shout out. Thank y'all for being willing to bite and entertain my question. But also I just like hearing people's, because some things that I might view as like a weakness, like, oh, in hindsight, maybe I should have used more color in that piece. You know, to hear you, Daddy Josh, say that you liked the color palette, as here I am thinking, granted, is it healthy to pit your works against each other? No, maybe not. I shouldn't make a habit of this, but just because I have you guys at my disposal, because I have the rare opportunity to interrogate you guys and ask what you like and why you like it more, you know, why you prefer what you prefer. It's just cool to me. I'm doing research, recon. Okay, I'm not going to tamper with that. I don't know what I'm doing. You'll be happy to know that I'm quickly becoming a Sleep Token fan as I'm exploring their music for an edit. Listen, Chop, listen. Prepare to be absorbed. Prepare to become obsessed. Now, I will give you a jump scare warning. Jump scare warning, if you Google them, you will be jump scared. I started listening to them just randomly. I've said this, they came on just like my Spotify Smart Shuffle. Frick! Pretend you didn't see that. Pretend you didn't see that. Okay, it actually wasn't that bad. They came, oh, frick. Jesus, take the wheel. Anyway, as I was saying, they came on my Spotify Smart Shuffle, and I was listening for a solid few weeks before I was like, I should probably actually like Google what they're about. See if they're problematic, you know, the inevitable, like, okay, can I fully be on board with this group? Because I was already sold. I was like, dang, I don't know what I'm doing right here, right now. I was already sold, so I was like, all right, let me just learn more about who this is. And I was jump scared, so just fair warning, because they are anonymous, and so they wear masks that are pretty harrowing. And I had finished Vikings. Y'all remember throwback? I did that little Vikings makeover video on my channel. As I was finishing up, after I had watched that whole show, which, dang, I want to rewatch that. Vikings was a really good show. But anyway, I had just recently finished watching it, and there's a character. This is gonna sound really mean. I swear I don't mean it like this. It's just because it was fresh in my brain. Okay, so Vessel is the lead singer. That's his moniker of Sleep Token, because obviously they're not going by their names. They go by Roman numerals, the rest of them, which feels kind of dehumanizing, but they rock with it. It's fine. And it's because of them that I've honestly learned to read the first 4 Roman numerals, so shout out. And okay, so I had just finished Vikings. Vikings is about Vikings. And there is a character in that show who's like the town seer. He's like the town elder. He's ancient. He's seemingly like 50,000 years old. How is that possible? I don't know. Use your suspension of disbelief. But he wears this long black cape, hooded, and he kind of has a... No, I'm gonna feel really bad. Okay, hang on. I just have to back myself up here real quick. Hang on. Okay. Oh, frick. I keep leaning on my chair and I'm gonna fall off and die. Okay, Vikings. Elder. The Seer. Okay, that is his name. This is not... Okay, just walk with me here for a second, y'all. Okay. I'm gonna share my screen quick, actually. Okay, there's Streamception. Whoa! Oh, but that's my... Hang on. Ew, now you can see my messy frickin' desk. Okay, hang on. Sorry, y'all. You're really seeing the behind the scenes. Okay, don't look at my desk. Don't look at my desk there. But... Here's the seer. Can y'all see that? That's the character. Okay. Don't hate me. Okay, don't hate this. Okay, this is... It was just fresh in my mind. Okay? Don't hate me. Don't hate me. I had just finished Vikings. This was fresh in my mind. And then I looked up Sleep Token. And I had a jump scare because of lead singer's mask. Alright, not his new edition. This was the first photo I saw. Oh my god, okay. Walk with me here. Do you see the vision? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm so awful. I know. I'm sorry. Do you see what I'm saying though? You see what I'm saying? I'm awful. I know. Listen, it's just, it kind of just looks, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. You see it. All right. Right. That Viking video got you to watch the show? Oh my gosh. And you've watched it through twice, Daddy Josh? Isn't it amazing? I'm due for a rewatch. I'm due for it. So y'all can, that was cooking in my mind, and then I Googled this band, didn't know anything about them, knew nothing. The singer would probably take it as a compliment, I hope, if he's a fan of Vikings. Because I felt so wrong, and so now I can never unsee that. That it was permeating in my mind when I was after I had freshly finished the show, and I just innocently was like, oh, let me check whoever these people are, and I wasn't expecting. You know when you're like, if you're having like a jelly bean or something, walk with me. If you're having a jelly bean and you're like, and it's like red, so you're like, oh, this is gonna be like cherry or something, and then it turns out to be like cinnamon flavor, you know, because some jelly beans are cruel like that and they have these weird flavor profiles. Don't even get started on the Harry Potter pack. Then you're gonna be eating grass. You're gonna be eating dirt and worms. No. And then it's like that weird psychological thing of like, whoa, you were expecting one thing and then you see something else and it's like, it takes you out. What? Like that type of experience. That's what I had because I wasn't expecting. I had no idea who they were, no idea what was going on, had never heard of them. It was only by the grace of Spotify that they came up onto my radar, and so I just had this experience of going to Google who they were and wasn't expecting that. That's what I'm trying to say. I wasn't expecting it. I was braced for one thing, I got something else, and I had freshly finished Vikings, and so that the seer came to my mind, and I was like, oh my god! And so I'll never be able to unsee that. Now that's one of his older masks. During each of their evolutions, their album eras, they kind of changed it around. So his new mask now doesn't really resemble that. He's gotten an upgrade. But I just... oh, I'm sorry. I had to share that because I've been holding that in. And I was like, I need somebody else to back me up on this, on whether or not I'm crazy. Or if I was wrong to make the comparison. But hopefully he wouldn't take offense to that. I hope not. Earl Ragnar, oh my god, don't even get me started. Ragnar, one of the best characters. You will die when the blind man sees you. Exactly. Oh, that show is so freaking... I need to rewatch it. I love that show. It's so good. And I feel like the rewatchability is great too because there's so many different characters. And I'd probably see it in a new lens now as well. I don't know what that's doing. I don't know what I'm doing right now, y'all. We're kind of... I'm stalling because I don't want to do more to the face, but that's just out of laziness. I have to do more. I'm just stalling. It would make a great face for a Sith Lord. Exactly. Sleep Token is very Star Wars coded. So that's why when Chop was asking for a song, I'm like, dang it, how have I not thought about this? They are very Sith. I think they're nerdy. I think they are, whoever they are. They have to be. The cloaks, the masks, they gotta be. But yeah, after I got over my dad, what did my dad say when I went to go see them in Prague? He had no idea what I was doing. So he was just like, who are you going to see? What are you doing? And I was going to warn him and be like, do not Google them. Do not Google them. Be careful, Dad. And he was like, he looks like a Nazgul. And I was like, you're right. So I feel like they're very like Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, Sith coded. They rock with it. Which is why I love their stuff, because I feel like that fantastical element also carries into their music as well. So yes. Apologies, Vessel. I'm sorry that I compared you to the seer from Vikings, but he's a sick character. It's a good comparison, I swear. Oh, I don't like what's happening here. This was so much easier to do on the other piece for some reason, adding these highlights. I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like that. Why? This was like my favorite part on the other piece. The highlights went on really nicely, but for some reason they're just that I'm getting rid of that. It's not working as well with this one. I don't know why. Maybe because it doesn't really need them. Like if I could show you all the reference photo that I am using, I swear I'm using one. Maybe it's because I'm just making them too small. I gotta go big, go hard or go home. In the reference photo I'm using, she's got really nice glowy skin, and so I was saving all the bright whites for the end to top it off. But now it's just not looking good. What the frick is happening? Delete. Hello? Control, Alt, Delete. Get rid of. Abort. Abort vision. Maybe I just need them to be more subtle. I don't really know. I don't know. No, I just ruined it. I just ruined it. Frick, 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 frick. Oh god. Frick. Shoot, 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 shoot. No! No. Okay, y'all, I'm having a mini breakdown. Sorry. You're witnessing a breakdown. I'm sorry. Come on. That did not go the way. This is not gonna go the way you think. Sorry, y'all. We just dodged a temper tantrum. Why didn't that work? Okay. Holy frick. Idea. Walk with me. Walk with me. I've been using white. Okay. Here's my best explanation as to what's happened. This is a new white. That's what the frick is happening. The white that I used last week is different. Okay. Okay, hang on. Hold the phone. This is different. This might be a cool toned white, and that's why it's not... The other one's just dead. The other one is deceased. I can't exhume that one because the cap is gone. It's dried up. It's gone. So this is brilliant. I literally bought this just yesterday. So maybe that's why I'm like, why isn't this working well? Because this was my favorite stage of the last piece. But I think that was a warmer toned white. This is cooler toned, and that's why it looked blue. Did y'all see that when I put it on? It looked very blue. And that's why it was clashing. So crazy. Walk with me. Maybe it doesn't have to be a stark white. That's why I picked this orange though, but this yellow. This freaking highlighter yellow, but we're not gonna do that. We are not gonna do that. So here's what I'm gonna do. I think that's the problem. I was going for all white and it doesn't have to be. I'm gonna go in with this deep yellow and a combination of the yellow ochre, and we're gonna see if that helps. Sorry. When cat flips out. Chop, you're so right. I just quote Star Wars out of sheer panic. Oh god. Oh, don't go Azula on us. Oh. Sorry. You're talking about colors is me talking about wire management and screw organizations and locations, and it's phenomenal. Right, there's a science to everything, Golf Mike. Also, welcome. You got that member logo next to your name now. You're all green. Let's get it. Let's get it. I just joined. Did I cause a breakdown? No, you did not, Epic Dude. You just joined at the right possible time. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that's me. That was my, that's sorry. That's that. Breathe. I'm gonna try to remedy this with that. So we're not gonna go in with all white because I think this white is brand new and I wasn't used to it. And so it was, I didn't realize it's kind of like a cool undertone. And that's why I wasn't rocking with it. And like I said, the model I'm using, maybe I'm also feuding with this because the model I'm using, she's got beautiful golden skin. She's gorgeous. And perhaps that's why, no, okay, still too dark. I think that's the other, it's still just too not too dark, it's too bright. So I'm gonna nerf these. Oh god. The only way out is through. Maybe. Yes. Thank Jesus. Oh. Thank God. I almost just broke into gospel song. I don't even go to church, but... Oh. That solved it. That solved it. Oh my god, that's so much effing better. Oh my god. My will to live has been restored. The only way out is through. Lost my mind. Oh my god, that's so much better. Sorry, I could cry. Just a little bit of troubleshooting, y'all. The phases of emotions that y'all just witnessed, me almost having a temper tantrum, a panic attack. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just so happy that I troubleshooted. I just freaking solved a problem for once. Okay, now right there might be too dark, so we might have to add a little bit of... Just rocked with it. We stayed the course. Oh my god, that's so much better. That's what's happening. Okay, well now I know that I bought the worst paint of white. I didn't. It just... I wasn't expecting it to be a cool toned. It was turning blue on here, and that's not what I wanted to see. That this is much more harmonious because it's everything is warmer, and so that's why it just didn't look. It just looked not right. I lost my mind over you. Sorry, y'all. I don't know why I always sing that song in moments of turmoil. Probably because it motivates me to push through. Follow me down. Sorry, no, I'm gonna get copyrighted if I keep going. Oh, that's such a good song. Great for when you're feeling emo. Now, if the brush just wants to work with me here. Anyway. I always thought that Sleep Token was screamy, but from the 20 songs I've been listening to, that's not the case. Yeah, they only scream every now and then. My headcanon, honestly, is that... This is my headcanon about them. Is this parasocial? Sure, because we don't know who they actually are. And I hope that they never reveal who they are. I don't think they ever would. But I see so many people theorize all the time, like, they're gonna do a face reveal. I'm like, y'all, have you seen this fandom? No, the frick they are not. And I hope for their sake they never do. Because people are weird. My headcanon is, because we don't know them, because a lot of their songs also have, like, religious connotation, which isn't why I listen to them, but it's definitely a recurring theme. Which fine, rock with it, vibe with it. My headcanon is that they all knew each other at church or something, got together, started making music, and then just happened to scream once in a song, and then got roped into like the heavy metal community when I don't think, listen, I don't know if that was ever their intention. They're emo for sure. They rock with it, the emo stuff. A lot of their songs are more so like emotionally damaging. Oh, no. Then, oh, frick. Oh, thank God, that was satisfying. More emotionally damaging than like metal, I would say. And so my headcanon is that they just started making whatever music they wanted, and then they felt like it. They were like, let's just scream once. They were like, let's just scream in something, because they just were feeling it, you know? They were in the mood, and then everybody was like, whoa, they're metal. When I don't think that was ever their intention. And so they've been screaming more frequently, I think, in their work, but by no means to an off-putting amount if you're not into the scream, because trust me, I used to not be. Before I was fully corrupted, I used to be like, I hate the screaming. I used to be like a friggin' it's making my ears bleed, I don't like it. And now I live for it, I love it. But I understand, because I used to be pre-corrupted cat, used to hate the screaming, and now is what I live for. But that's not why I listen to them. And so that's why they get a bad rep in the metal community, because also, like I said, you get a little bit of a jump scare when you Google them and you see their masks. And that was just Vessel's mask, y'all. You should see the rest of the guys. They all have their own scary looking mask, and so you would think, I think their whole image does a lot to like perpetuate this like harsh, scary, like image, because like I said, I googled them and I got jump scared. And then when I started listening to more of their discography, I was like, they're not scary at all. They're actually very, who hurt these people, you know? Their work is very cathartic, and so it's not scary at all. But I think that they just got roped into this. That's why a lot of people, I think, when they listen to Sleep Token, when you see their frontman, when you see the rest of their masks, and then you go and listen to their stuff, and it doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like they look like, I genuinely believe, that's my personal opinion, because y'all, I'm just getting into metalcore community drama. This is the other fandom that I loosely participate in, y'all. I participate from afar, but the only things on my Twitter feed are Star Wars and metal. And so there's a huge metal discourse, especially now that their latest album just came out. They're surging in popularity. They're breaking freaking charts and records. They beat Morgan Wallen. Like, they are freaking thriving for good reason. But a lot of people are hating on them, of course, which just happens naturally when you break into the mainstream, particularly in the metal community, because they're not heavy enough. And I think, honestly, my personal opinion is a lot of that is perpetuated by the fact that people look at them, they see their image, and they see these scary looking masks, and they expect something heavier. Kind of like, you know, Slipknot. They do the masks too. The masks, ghosts. Masks aren't unique in the metal community, but I think a lot of people, Sleep Tokens especially, are they're very tough looking. And so when people actually then hear their music, they're kind of like off-put. They're like, what? That's my opinion. I don't partake in any of this drama. I just watch it from afar. And I just enjoy listening to them. But this is going so much freaking better. Oh my god, y'all. I tuned out for a hot second, but the way I troubleshot, I'm just so freaking proud of myself. Because I was about to be like, this whole piece has gone to shiz. And it hasn't. Oh, hang on a sec. Now that I've integrated, I'm loving whatever this color is. This deep yellow is saving my freaking skins right now. And so oh my god, that's beautiful. Oh my god, y'all. Sorry. I'm just so happy because I feel like I just discovered new life in this piece. Oh my god. That is suiting it so much. Oh, it's just so nice. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, oy vey. Not me fangirling over discovering a nice color palette. It's the small things, you know? I like the idea of the anonymous people. Yes, I like it too, and I didn't realize how much it lends itself to the listening experience. Because sure, is there something to be said if you're like a Swiftie and you can identify every single one of her, you know, what each song, who each song is about. Oh, this one's about Jake Gyllenhaal. This one's about Travis. This is about so-and-so. Sure, that is the complete opposite experience. There's certainly something to be said for that. But then it's her story, you know? Not, granted, she's freaking a superstar for a reason. People can relate to everything she's been through too. But I just think, I don't personally like if it takes me out. It's the equivalent of like if I were to watch a movie and then learn that like the two lead actors were going through a divorce with each other at the same time. You know, that's a crazy example, and I can't name one off the top of my head. I guess the biggest thing would be, it's kind of the reverse of that. Like, I don't know. I can't think of a solid example, but you know, it kind of just takes you out because then all you're thinking about is the real life implication of those actors, and then you're not thinking about their art. It's pulling you out of the movie. They're playing characters, but you're thinking about them in IRL. And so that's why I like Sleep Token. It's like this could be about anybody. They could be anybody, and so it adds just this sense of relatability to their stuff. And you're not like, oh, this song is about this so-and-so ex-girlfriend they had, you know, or whatever. Like, you can't put a face to the name, and so it just eliminates that kind of... Now again, that's personal. That takes me out. I know some people like to do... That's a part of the experience of being a Swiftie, is you go Easter egg hunting, you go through the lyrics and her lore and try to make allusions to, okay, who is she referring to in this song? I'm not a Swiftie, so maybe I'm mischaracterizing this. Maybe that's not the Swiftie experience at all. But that has just been my observation. Because at first I didn't know how I would rock with the anonymity, and then I had the jump scare, and then I was like, what is going on? But now I rock with it. I'm in the trenches, y'all. We are ride or die. Off to more vodka back in a bit. Enjoy, Mike. Enjoy golf, Mike. Oh, true. Daft Punk, they're masked. Where are we? What's up, Ronan? What's up? Back to comparing your two pieces. Thank you, Daddy Josh. Yes, I want to hear. Also, what's up, Marvel Star Wars fanatic? I like the background of this one and the figures not in the background, more on the first one. Okay, clutch. You know what? Yes, I paid more attention to the backdrop here, which is something I don't do that often. Her heart is a pomegranate. You got it. You got it. I just haven't addressed it. I've been neglecting the pomegranate. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to challenge myself to do in all these other pieces as well going forward. Because like I said, y'all, if the whole purpose of this is I'm trying to construct a portfolio, I want to be able to show, oh my gosh, Alice is here, let's go, Queen. Be back soon. Whenever you pop back in, Queen, we'll be here. We're camped out. I've sent this to you guys before though, because this was a plight of my jackets as well. Like, I just don't naturally, I'm not a big person. I've always neglected the backgrounds of my stuff. And so, that's something I want to challenge myself with. And I think that's why I'm gravitating towards this one more too. Because there's some, I like, listen, by the end of this, if I can actually pull this off, y'all, and we can create a portfolio to submit for graduate school, if I can actually pull that off, by the end, we're gonna have 15 plus pieces that all, I might feel a certain way about some of them. They're not all gonna be my best work, you know what I'm saying? But that was actually, because I've obviously been, that's the whole point of going back to school. So that's why I'm trying to not have too much pressure, because the whole point is you don't want to be creating your best work, because then that defeats the purpose of you wanting to go back to school. You want to get back in touch with your practice and learn why you make the decisions you do in your artwork. So that's why I'm kind of trying to also talk through this with y'all and explain my thought processes, what's going on, what inspired each piece, you know? Okay, I am not gonna touch the face. The lips, actually, I should still do, but the rest of the face, I am rocking with it. That just turned so clutch, but I still need, forgot to do the lips. I forgot her lips in both pieces, this one and last week's. What's wrong with me? Ah, this keeps happening. Come on, come on, come on. No, work with me. Come on. There we go. Sorry, I'm going dormant because I'm focusing. I think less is more here. This is more. I'm gonna maybe just leave that for now. Alright, I don't want to touch the face. I still have to do her eyelashes, but I'm gonna let everything around the eyes dry. And then what I'm thinking I'm gonna do, this could be risky. I have, so clearly, obviously, you saw I was doing some, we were doing colored pencil, we were doing the gouache. I'm embracing the mixed media of this one. So what I'm going to do, I have Micron pen. This one, if y'all can see, it's a very nice, it's very nice for like, kind of calligraphy, if you like having artistic, like brushwork. Does that make any sense? What am I saying? I think I might use that for her eyelashes versus what I did last week and I painted them on. I think that's what we're gonna do. Who knows? We're gonna ride with it, but okay, I might do hair next. What I'm gonna do is just touch up a little bit more where I kind of lost some of these, but not all of them. I'm just gonna do a little veiny action, but it's lighter. And it won't be as overbearing as it originally was. Okay. Hair next. Frick, and I got it still. I keep. Okay, frick, no, we're not doing the hair next. I keep forgetting the freaking pomegranate. Okay. Quick chat. Where are we? The hair looks sick how it fades into the orange and the wolves. Oh, oh. Wait, Daddy Josh, you're a genius. I didn't even notice that. Hang on. I'm gonna do that everywhere because what I'm thinking, team, is I don't even know if I'm gonna do, I don't know, because I know they're flat right now. The Dobermans. I just called them wolves too. They can be Doberman wolves. They can be whatever they want to be. What the frick was I going to say? I don't know what I should do because I kind of want to keep just the underpainting because she's popping off right now. Like, I think if I add highlights to them, they're gonna match her, and there's 3 of them and only 1 of her. So I feel like what I want to do is just go in with the colored pencil and like only do shading, like no highlights. If I did highlights on them, I would use them sparingly, but we gotta see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I still got a lot to do. Okay, what did I tell myself I was gonna do? I'm gonna finish this, and then I gotta do this goddamn pomegranate that I keep forgetting about. I keep forgetting about it. Okay. Oh, all right. BRB, gonna order dinner. Oh my god, I guess it is. Holy frick, it's already 2 here. Oh my god, we've been going for 3 hours. Where are we? Oh my gosh, Lindsay Sterling, Sean, let's get it! Life is so much better when you have a concert to be looking forward to. That's exciting. Okay, alright. The freaking pomegranate that I keep freaking forgetting about. We have to do that. I'm gonna add a little bit more blue. I'm gonna do another wash of blue down here on Thrawn's hand. Yeah. Well, thank y'all. I didn't even realize the time freaking passes. So much. Okay, now that's pretty actually green. Too much. Time passes so quickly here. Yes, if I'm neglecting the chat, this goes for Sean or anybody. I'm not neglecting you, I swear. I'm just getting locked in. That's the unfortunate crux of these streams. I'm multitasking, and I low-key, when I'm in the zone, I keep forgetting to look up at my screen. So yes, don't ever take it personally, y'all. If I'm not keeping up. Sometimes when you just get in the zone, you're in it, you know? And then you're transfixed. But yes, if I miss a message, or many, as I know I have been, I do apologize. Oh. Maybe we will. No, I'm not gonna jinx it like that. I was just about to curse myself and say maybe we will finish this one today, but I don't know. I mean, maybe. But shnikes, it's already 2 p.m? Nah, we camped out. We were here. We were here for at least another few hours this time last week, so we got time. Maybe I'll take a bit of a break at some point. I haven't drank water. I should go do that, actually. Actually, maybe I will take a flavored water break. BRB! I'm gonna go get water, because I just thought about it. Just thought about it. That I've not had any H2O. I'm literally gonna go to the break screen for like 0.2 seconds. So don't go anywhere, y'all. We are gonna be right back. I literally will be here with my flavored water, inside joke, in a jiffy. Sorry for the delay, y'all. I thought that was going to take 30 seconds, but I'm lazy and never refill my Brita, so past me was not looking out for current me. And had to sit there and watch it refill. So apologies. We're back with the flavored water in question. Our strawberry pineapple mayo. Or Mio. How? Yeah, sure, it's water. Oh my god. This is the one, y'all. This was the culprit. Sorry. I know you're technically not supposed to be able to chug that much unless you're like dehydrated, which I probably am. But you guys called it a big point of flavored water. Exactly, Bird Church, exactly. Oh, I haven't drank anything today, y'all. I'm thirsty. It was much needed. This was good though, because I could walk away. I could reassess. But yeah, this, I thought I did more. I thought I didn't dilute it as much because it's orange, I swear. And now we're just straight up chugging. It's orange, I swear. But sorry. I'm not having proper etiquette, y'all. I'm just chugging water in front of y'all. I realized that was a mistake on my part that I hadn't drank anything today. What the frick am I saying? The beer is YouTube overlords, please let us joke about this. Let us joke about this, please. Mayo should sponsor me, honestly. But yes, YouTube overlords, whoever is in charge of monetization, this is not what it looks like. We've established that. It's just become a running joke on this channel. I chose this flavor specifically for you guys because I have a lot of these. I have a stock of these. Who was saying it? That they're not a big water fan? Same Marvel. I used to be. I was so bad about it. I would go days of being straight up dehydrated, straight up running on fumes and a prayer in whatever was in my bloodstream keeping me going. And exactly, Chop, just own the fact that you're cool enough to be believed that you drink beer. Then I would really unlock like cool status. If I was just sitting here painting this, drinking beer, y'all, I'd be the coolest person I knew. But what was I saying? Oh, I used to be so bad. And I would always just tell myself, like, you can get by. The human body can go, what, 3 days without water. That after that, it starts to get slippery slope. So I would always just tell myself, like, just remember what Bear Grylls always used to say. You can go 3 days without water, yada yada. And I also heard forever ago that we get, I think, like, a solid 80%, maybe even 90% of the hydration that we get is from the food we eat. So if you're eating fruit, vegetables, there's high water content in those as well. So I also used to be so bad about drinking water. And then I discovered, oh, you can flavor it. Thanks to Water Talk. Now, I'm not doing all the stuff that those queens are doing on water TikTok. That community is something else. Where they're putting like 50 pumps of like cocktail syrup, like stuff that you would make a mixed drink with, like the literal like simple syrup that you would dilute with alcohol to like make a freaking Shirley Temple or something. That's not an alcoholic drink. You know what I'm saying? I'm not rocking with that. I just use my flavor drops, y'all. So shout out. So I was going all these years hating the taste of just water before I learned that those existed, that was an option. And then I was like, oh, I'm an adult. I can do what I want. And if it makes you drink more water, who gives a frick? Everybody on Water Talk is getting all this shade because they put so much extra shiz in it. And then you got men in the comments being like, there's not even water anymore. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's fine. Let them live. If they're drinking it, then who's to stop them? So that's my logic. So yeah, I'm gonna rock it. And even though the reality of the situation is that I'm a child and I just can't drink planned water, You guys think I'm cool enough that I'm drinking straight up an IPA right now, so party on. Exactly. Exactly. I left for 5 minutes and the painting got so stressful. I should have gotten the beer out. For real, y'all. I never even thought about that. Painting with a touch of fun. Alright, I'm gonna spill this on myself. So I'm gonna go put this down. Oh, I needed that. I needed that desperately. Today trained me. Y'all know that soundbite from TikTok. Alright, now we still have a long ways to go. We have a long ride ahead of us. Okay, okay, before I do this, I'm gonna put more red up in here because I want to do the hair next. Oh, the pomegranate! That's becoming my least favorite part of this for some reason. I just keep delaying it. I don't know why. What's funny is y'all will remember, if you've been here the whole time, the pomegranate as the heart is what was the spark of this whole piece. That's what started this whole thing, and now for some reason I just don't want to paint it. Okay, gonna leave that. I'm gonna go over top of the hair in white. I think not white, though. I've learned my lesson. We're gonna do the same color combination that we did for the highlights on her face. Actually, while her face is a little bit dry, let's try to give her eyelashes. Also, I'm gonna try, sorry, now I'm stimulated. I had one sip of water. And now I'm like, oh, let's go do this and this and this. Also, Emery's, I'm cracking the frick up. I started drinking more water this year myself. I don't know why that just made me laugh so much. Will you be able to paint straight lines if you finish that point? We're gonna find out, Bird Church. We're gonna find out. Clearly, I'm already bouncing off the walls. Okay, first things first. First things first. I was gonna potentially, we're gonna find out. Okay, hang on. Okay, Jesus. Oh, I know why. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's because I have some of the Mayo ones, you can get ones with caffeine. Well, that just hit my bloodstream really freaking fast. Well, let's freaking go, y'all. Now we're freaking locked in. Oh my god, I needed that. Needed. Oh, I also shoved a granola bar in my face while I was waiting for my Brita to refill. That's why. I'm like, whoa, where is the sudden full steam ahead dose of energy coming from? That's why. Okay. I'm gonna see if I want to do. Frick it. Oh. Okay, I don't hate that. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. I kind of hate that. Okay. Cat got a sugar rush. I was chugging that caffeine water. That's why it suddenly hit my system, and now we're like, ugh. We're like, hello world. Okay. Slow and steady. Gradually, in the next 15 minutes, my hand's gonna be like... Oh, God. Sorry, y'all. I'm just... Frick, I'm realizing... No wonder I was so hopped up. Obviously, that Andor stream, if y'all were there, after we learned that our best friend Tony Gilroy watches our videos. But that's exactly what I was drinking. I was drinking this stuff, and I was like a pinball. Just crazy. I took 2 sips. No, I chugged the whole thing. That's what happens, y'all, when you're a hobbit like me. I've said many times, y'all know we're rocking with not much. So it doesn't take long for things to hit our bloodstream around here. Oh, wait, I like that. I don't know what I just said, but I like it. Maybe I should be caffeinated more often. This is amazing. I don't drink caffeine, y'all. We don't have neither of us, shockingly, are coffee drinkers, which is insane. Okay, I did two. It's too bright over here. Hang on. Yeah. We just get up and live the day over here. We go where the day takes us here. And much better. Yeah, it was too bright over there. But now I see why y'all do it. I'm like, wow, I should do this more, as I literally take drugs. Caffeine is a drug, is it not? Technically. And I'm like, wow, I've never felt so alive. It's like, well, yes, you just took a stimulant. Maybe that's a better word for it. That is literally the sole purpose. That granola bar never stood a chance, literally. The Star Wars quotes are gonna come flying now. Now we can go for another 10 hours. Exactly, y'all. Are you guys locked in? Are you freaking locked in? Camped out? Yeah. Oh, God. A monster is born. Exactly. Oh, God. Mayo, sponsor me. Please, look at me. I'm the best endorsement for your products. I'm spreading the good gospel of flavored water. Hydrating and caffeinating flavored water. Now, hang on a second. Isn't that like an oxymoron, essentially? Because doesn't caffeine dehydrate you? I'm already talking 50,000 miles a minute. Caffeine is technically dehydrating, no? So everything I'm doing is just canceling itself out. I think it depends on the dosage. And obviously you also dilute it. But it doesn't feel diluted right now. I feel it surging through my bones right now. My bones, that's not where caffeine goes. I feel it in my bones. Oh God. Okay. Okay, alright. Let that dry for a sec. Hair and here and pomegranate. Maybe we are gonna finish this today, folks. I feel like I could fly to the moon right now. That's so freaking typical. Y'all see those memes where it's like your girlfriend when you come home and she's in a bad mood and you ask her what she ate or did that day and she's like, oh, I had 2 cold brews and didn't eat anything. And it's like, okay, well, no wonder you're struggling right now. I am the living embodiment of that meme, except I don't do cold brews. It's just like, oh, I had 5 gallons of flavored water and 1 granola bar. Not endorsing that by any means, but it's like, okay, well, no wonder you're freaking the frick out. Or it's like, obviously, like your girlfriend when you come home and she's hangry or whatever, and then you ask her what she ate and she's like, oh, I had nothing. And it's like me, I'm living that right now. I'm like, oh wow, I feel so amazing. Yeah, because you ate food and had caffeine. That's kind of what that combination will do to you. Fueling your body. God. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, y'all have to witness this. My real-time realization of, oh yeah, wow, this is why people drink caffeine. Duh. Anyway, I don't drink coffee at all. Me either, Sean. I do like a good tea, though. That's actually my one big indulgence. I'm a sucker for a good chai tea. I love a good chai latte. I kind of want one right now. Here I am now. I'm just thinking about all other forms of caffeine that I'm craving. I'm like, yes. Let me add on to my caffeinated water with Good chai tea. Chai tea. The caffeine levels though in black tea is nothing compared to coffee. It's still tame. Dang y'all, I'm happy about this. Okay, all right, hang on. Okay, let's do the hair. Okay, should I? Maybe I shouldn't. I was going to put. Maybe I can just put a few. Hang on. Let me look at my reference photo. I might just do a few light. Okay, I'm gonna just do a few. My game plan originally, I told y'all, she was gonna be Daenerys Targaryen. But I've kind of scrapped that. Because I already put so much time into the hair. Like, I already just worked so hard on it. So why would I cover it up? We've crossed the threshold, chat. Almost 4 hours in, we made it. Y'all, we're in it now. Woo. Oh, you work at GameStop, Marvel. Oh, that's so cool. GameStop's open till 2:30 in the morning? That's crazy. I guess that makes sense because gamers are a little bit of night owls, you know? Okay, what was I saying? I've lost the ability to speak. Oh! We're dropping things we can't speak. Anyway, yes, I was gonna turn this hair, like, all of this was meant to just be frick, and underpainting. But, nope, no, work with me. Come on, there we go. Ooh, satisfying, yes. Yes, okay, keep that, okay. All of this was gonna just be an underpainting. Now I don't even know if I should add anything to it. Because that might pull away from her face, and her face right now, I'm really happy about it. She looks good. I'm gonna do her eyelashes. We're not gonna go ham. Hang on. Let me just try, okay, something, hang on. Because there is some... Hang on a second. I might not go full-fledged highlights. We might just do a little because there's a nice moment going on here. She's got some, nope, still too much. Coming in too hot. Okay. Yes, that's it. Just like a little wisps of where her baby hairs are like catching the light there. Like just minimal, like not enough. I was gonna go over the whole thing and be doing this, but I don't think that would suit it. I don't know. Maybe it's because I wasn't trying, because I was anticipating that I was just gonna paint over the whole head of hair. That when I don't try and I assume I have the benefit, I'm just gonna paint over it. Maybe that's when I cook the most. So who knows? Also, sorry, I keep accidentally leaning really close into this mic, and I don't know if I finished explaining from earlier, but the gain on this is extremely sensitive because I exhumed it. Like I said, it was kind of dead, and we revived it for the purposes of these streams, but the gain is extreme. So sorry, because I realize I'm talking right next to it. And what was I saying? Not monitoring my volume, so apologies for that. Okay, the eyelashes. No, yes. Before I do that, I would like to do this. Hang on, should I do... I was so full throttle with the pencil, or the marker for the eyelashes originally. But now I'm debating doing pencil instead for a gentler... Oh my gosh! Father-son podcast is here! Let's go! Oh my gosh. Guys, freaking go subscribe right now. Oh my goodness. Guys, do yourself a favor. And definitely go and subscribe to them. They are amazing. And go check out our recent collab. Yes, Daddy Josh loved your podcast episode of Cat. They are so cool. They are literally the best freaking people in this fandom on this internet. Literally, I can't even. They're gonna be annoyed by how much I freaking just praise them constantly. But they are truly so incredible, and I would love to have them over here on our channel here too. That would be so amazing. They're just so awesome. I love their content, and also like y'all are gonna be, I'm serious, every time I go and log on to YouTube, they interview some of the coolest people actively working on Star Wars, so many amazing authors. They literally have emailed, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, they've emailed people from Andor, like interviewed, what am I saying? I'm just too overly stimulated by how incredible they are, and just how happy I am to constantly see every time I log into YouTube that they're doing something special. And they're just so awesome. They're just the best people. So I'm serious, go and go check them out. Do yourself a favor. I'm gonna stop embarrassing them now because because they probably I'm a broken record when it comes to just how incredible they are. But do yourself a favor and go subscribe. And yes, if you've not already, we collaborated, had an amazing, we're still milking the Andor hype, y'all. We had an amazing Andor chat. In my excitement, whoops, I think I closed out of my reference image. It's okay, we gotta bring it back. But yes, I'm so honored that they are here. They are truly the best. Woo. Okay, where did I accidentally put it? Here we go. There we go. Okay. But yeah, shout out Daddy Josh. Thank you for going and checking it out. Love and hugs to you guys, truly. They're just so, I'm so serious, y'all. I forget, I think I saw somebody tweeting about them a few years ago, and it restored my will to live. I think somebody had tweeted a clip from one of their podcasts, one of their videos on YouTube, and I was like, this is the best thing I've ever seen, because this fandom always is in bad shape at times. You know, it kind of, we have our seasons, it comes and goes in waves. I would argue it's been good times right now with Andor, but what am I saying? We all know how it's been in the past, though. It hasn't always been the glory days that we're thriving in right now, trying to milk for all we can. And so I forget when it was that I saw this person's tweet, and I was like, maybe it was even an article about them. It might have been that. Somebody might have written like an article about, look at this amazing family duo making Star Wars content, and I was like, that's the best thing I've ever seen. Whoa, Catherine, I like, thank you. Thank you so much, Ramon and Alex. Andor is top tier Star Wars. Amen. Amen to that. Andor and Tales has helped recently for sure. I agree. Y'all, the Tales of Cad Bane, or excuse me, Tales of the Underworld and Cad Bane's story absolutely freaking cooked. I was not expecting to be on the Cad Bane train. If it was Cad Bane versus Ventress, y'all know I'm rooting for my queen, but I underestimated him. I underestimated his storyline, because it was my favorite freaking one. Alright, I think I'm ready to do the eye, now that I just dulled down the pencil. I'm ready to do the eyelashes now. We need Tales of the Sith. I think a lot of people thought that was going to be the next one. following the Tales of the Jedi, and then they've kept taking like pivots and surprising us with the themes. So I'm wondering if we will be getting. Oh yes, colored pencil was a good call for this. Yeah, I'm curious if we will get a Tales of the Sith eventually, if at all. I'm not sure because that might overlap a lot with the mall show. You know, like if they had done Tales of the Sith, I could see them doing what the mall show is gonna be, like focusing on Darth Maul in this time period that they're gonna be exploring. But now that he's getting his own show, I wonder if they would ever do. Okay, for real, y'all, I thought I might stick with just the colored pencil here for some very subtle eyelashes, because like I said, I don't want her to be too glam. I like what y'all are saying, that she kind of looks like an alien, like she has this other, she doesn't look all human, like that's what I was going for. Like I don't want her to look like an Instagram baddie. I want her to look like she could be in an ancient mythological setting, you know, does that make sense? But dare I say, I think the face is done. I'm done touching the face. I neglected the crap out of this ear. And that's alright. I might just go in with like a few colors to make it look like I... See, now y'all are seeing where I slack off and where I actually dedicate my energy. You get the inside scoop of, oh, Catherine didn't even paint this ear properly. I'm just kind of doing a quick, there, that's it. Nobody's looking at the ear. The pomegranate, okay, we have to do that. Tales of the Underworld was refreshing to me after Tales of the Empire, which I didn't really like. That's fair, and I think Tales of the Underworld was superior. Because no offense to Morgan Elsbeth, but I just wasn't expecting her to be chosen for a plotline in Tales of the Empire. Granted, of course, it's all, there's a purpose for everything, you know, with her arc in Ahsoka and whatnot, you know, it checks out. It made sense why. But she wasn't who I originally would have anticipated for an Empire-focused season, and I think Barris's story threw a lot of us for a loop, because her whole episodes were about she was in the Empire for just a little bit, you know, and then she defected. And so her story went a completely different route. So yeah, I think I really liked, if I had to rank them, I think it's still Tales of the Jedi, then Underworld, then Empire. So who knows what the next themes could be. For Tales of the Sith, I'd prefer an ancient Sith. Okay, that would actually be, you could be onto something, Darnock, because that could be an amazing way to, like, the fandom demands are out there. Like, people want to see, like, Plagueis, Bane, I would love to see Malgus, you know, like, people want to see a lot of these OG older characters, and I feel like, I mean, they already saw what bringing Plagueis in for just 0.2 seconds in Acolyte did. The way people freaking lost their shiz for that. You know, we had one little cut of him, like, just the way that one clip was just dissected. Versus, I don't know, I just feel like a Tales of arc could be a good little test, because it's, not that it's low stakes, but I think it could just be a good way for them to be like, okay, test the waters and really see how far the reception would go before they would then launch into like a larger, like, okay, we can have a larger story with, you know, Bane or Malgus. I just keep saying Malgus because I'm selfish and I want to see Malgus. Malgus, Plagueis, Bane, whoever. I would personally not mind Tales of the Underworld Season 2 and have it, ooh, about Django, free Phantom. You could be onto something. That actually, you could be cooking there. Alright, I'm gonna stop freaking neglecting. I forgot what I was doing. We gotta see how it looks, team. Like I said earlier, if you weren't here, a few of these guys. The original idea was to have the pomegranate, which is symbolic of Persephone. Again, if you weren't here in the beginning, talked about how it was by virtue of she ate pomegranate seeds, and that's what bound her to Hades and the underworld. So a pomegranate was always going to be part of the composition. Okay, I don't hate this color here. I'm gonna do this and let it dry and then see what happens. But so the idea was always to have a pomegranate, you know, like the symbolic hand of Hades, holding her heart, which is, you know, this pomegranate here cut open, and what the frick am I saying? What was I saying? Oh, yes, I said in the beginning that snakes are also kind of indicative of like Hades and the underworld, and so I had this idea, this vision of like, ooh, what if some of the pomegranate seeds were snake eyes as like a little Easter egg? And so we're experimenting to see how that looks, and if it goes to shiz, I might just paint over it. But I didn't like it in the drawing form, but maybe as a painted form it will be better. We gotta see. Let me go grab my water again. My caffeine real quick. BRB. Whoops. We're dropping everything. This has really come together though, y'all. I am so pleased with her face. And this has grown on me. This was the biggest. I thought this was going to be the easiest part. The veinies. It turned into the biggest battle. Ow, did y'all just see me almost break my teeth on that? I'm too caffeinated. I shouldn't keep drinking, but oh well. Yeah, I thought I was going to coast through this whole veiny, you know, portion here. Turned out to be one of the most complicated parts. So, but I'm very pleased with it. Who knows? We might finish today. But I still wanted to potentially add more to the brick. Remember earlier as well, I told you all I was thinking about. I don't know if we should do that. Me being lazy and shutting down my former ideas. Because remember I told you guys earlier that wheat is also... You know what? I'm vetoing that now. We're gonna nip that in the bud because... Here's what I was gonna say. Wheat is also symbolic of Persephone because of... sorry, I was leaning completely out of frame. Because she is representational of agriculture, you know, agricultural fertility, stuff like that. When she returns to the surface from the underworld, you know, it's kind of rebirth. You know, the seasons renew. It's spring. It's harvest. And so, I was gonna also maybe include the motif of wheat and have some, like the silhouette of it as a little sketch in the background of like these kind of blades, these like wheat grass. I don't know the proper term. I can't garden. I have anything but a green thumb. So I thought about that, but I'm gonna veto that because that might be overboard. And if we didn't have Cerberus in the backdrop, then I could see a scenario in which that could warrant having more wheat details. like something else to occupy the backdrop, but because we have the Cerberus back there, I don't know if we need it. And I think it would, at that point, I do think it might verge on like maximalism, like overload, like, okay, did you just look up every single possible motif and symbolic representative of Persephone and find a way to cram it into this one composition? So I'm gonna veto that. Also because I just don't feel like it. That's the real truth of it. I just don't feel like it. Hair looks amazing. Thank you, Bird Church. And yes, it might overcomplicate it. I think so too. That's what it is, Stanley's. Persephone's mom is Demeter, the goddess of harvest. Yes, that's what it is. Shout out Demeter. Sorry, I'm just thinking. Eating dinner, I'll be back. Don't blow anything up while I'm gone. Don't worry, Chop. Don't worry. I have to tackle the freaking, pomegranate. Can one even be a legit art critic if they aren't an artist themselves? Yes! They certainly can. I think anybody can. I think you can certainly have an eye for art and an appreciation for art history, even if you're not capable. Just like I don't have an athletic or physical bone in my body, but I can watch the Birds or the Phillies if they're in their respective slumps, which always happens for every Philadelphia sport. It's just inevitable. At some point, each of our teams is going to stink and choose to just tap out. I can't play baseball. Oh no, the biggest thing right now, biggest thing I can equate it to, I think the sport I'm most passionate about right now is soccer/football for the rest of the globe. Soccer here in the United States, we're T-minus like a year out from the World Cup, and right now our team is absolute shite. We are gonna get grouped. We are about to get knocked the frick out in the group. We're not gonna get past the group stage in the World Cup, which we are hosting. Us, Mexico, and Canada. We're gonna get embarrassed. We're gonna get it handed to us. So yes, I think it's very possible. It's, for me, it's the same logic of I can't play soccer. I'm not athletic. I understand and respect that they are some of the biggest world-class athletes, literally, that they, you know, scored their position on the team for a reason, our national team, but I can also look at them and be able to decipher when they're playing like shit. Pardon my French, which we are right now. I'm sorry, no, I don't take that back. US men's national team, we need to get it together. No, Alex, no. The only consolation is that we tied last World Cup 1v1, which I don't think anybody was expecting. It's weird because we have a good manager. You would think, oh God, get ready, y'all. Okay. I'm about to go in, and I'm serious, y'all. Next year for the World Cup, we might do coverage. We might have like watch parties, me and Tom, like this is our life. The US men's team needs help. We need so much, Daddy Josh. Oh my God, we are in the trenches. Okay, buckle in. Yeah, what the frick? Oh, where do I even start? Oh my God, okay. For reference, for anybody who's not invested in soccer, which this is the crux of it, this is the most painful part. We're hosting the World Cup. This is supposed to be an opportunity for our country to make soccer grow, which I feel like it has been on the rise thanks to the women's team. The women actually win. And now Tom gives me this freaking argument all the time. Because soccer has existed, football. I'm gonna use the term football. Because that's what's most globally used. And football was invented way before we Americans hijacked it and called it soccer. You know, football existed globally, and we are still fledgling. Like the program in the United States is very much still in like its infancy, I would argue. And that's reflected in like fan reception. It's not that big of a sport right now, but y'all know what's up, Simply, what's up? yes, the US women are a dynasty. So this is the argument that if Tom were here, this is what he would be saying. You know, football, soccer existed globally elsewhere. You know, the men's programs, so we have to catch up. Like, we are very much, our team is very much, honestly, in the scheme of it, like, still in, I don't want to say it's infancy, but we still have catching up to do. Like, our program has gone through so many evolutions, you know, trial and error with, you know, coaches, and we just now procured a really, what should have been an epic procurement, and if anything, we've just stunk since, with Mauricio Pochettino as our coach. Also, y'all, this is crazy because I am not a sports fan, so the fact that I'm out here, like, able to talk about sports and player stats and who our literal coach is right now, this is insane. This is rare because I can't even talk this passionately about the Eagles or the Phillies, and that's what I was raised on. It's Tom who got me into soccer. Anyway, so yes, you can make the argument, like, our team, the women dominate. US women, the women's national team has done far more for this country to put us on a global stage because they actually freaking win. Now, like I said, if Tom were here right now, he would be defending the men. Like I've just been saying, our team is doing catch up still in the grand scheme of the history of football globally. You know, we're competing with far more developed programs that have been in existence for far longer, whereas the US women's soccer team, they kind of were pioneers. You know, the competition for women's teams globally, Tom would say, is not the same as it is for men, because we were one of the first programs, you know, to put women's soccer just on the board. So while the women's team are pioneers, the men are playing catch up. Now that is fair, sure, but if that's the argument, then it's just like, okay, well then the best of our best just can't hold up to global standards, and that's what's been tough. You know, like, can we compete on a global stage? And we held up okay. Like I said, we tied our enemies. Not enemies. We tied England in the latest World Cup, which nobody thought was going to happen. I'm pretty sure England went in fully aware that they were going to dominate us. So for us, just getting a tie with them that was hype. And that was surprising even for us. So all of this is to say, right now we stink. We are so bad right now. It's painful. And this is what's unfortunate, because yes, we just procured, you know, there was so much buzz around the hiring of Mauricio Pochettino. He was going to take us to the promised land. He can't help us because the players don't even want to help themselves. Now this all goes back to what I was saying, Daddy Josh, that yeah, I can't play soccer. I can't run a mile. I can't run for shiz. That's why I was saying, y'all, I wanted to get a Doberman or a Great Dane to protect me, because I can't run. I can't. I'm not athletic. I never have been. If I ever played soccer, it was in elementary school gym class, and I took goalie before anyone else could claim it so that I could just stand there. Like, that's what we're rocking with. But I can still acknowledge when our players aren't trying. Our players just straight up are not trying right now. Our team is lacking leadership. And unfortunately, poor Mauricio Pochettino. For reference, y'all, we are playing on the biggest stage next year, and pretty much 90% of our A team just backed out of the last possible opportunity to perform together as a team in the Gold Cup, which is the upcoming tournament that's happening this summer. All of our A players are gone because they want to be on a break. And to me, that just signifies they don't give a crap. They don't care. So this is the saddest part. It's like next year, the World Cup should have been that's a huge procurement. You know, especially considering the latest countries that have hosted it. Like, yeah, FIFA, there's scandals, whatever. I can't go into it. I don't have the knowledge to go into it. But like, it's a huge deal to have the World Cup back here. To get a bid for it and be hosting it here and in Mexico and in Canada, and we are gonna freaking waste it because our team is just not good. We're just not good. And we should be, because we have a good coach. But he can't save us. That's unfortunately the point. And I always believed this when Greg Berhalter was still our coach and everybody thought he was the problem. No, you can only work with what you have. And if your players don't even care, in hindsight, I don't believe Greg Berhalter was a problem. And I just kind of feel bad about the drama surrounding the latter half of his tenure with the team, but this is so ballistic, y'all, that I'm out here talking about sports. How will it get more popular? In the United States, football, basketball, and baseball are king, even boxing and MMA. Exactly, ZJK. It's so... Yeah, Nick Stark, amen. Top players won't even take the call up. Like, it's... Next year should have been our time to, like, make a push. And granted, like, the US always, we rally, that's just in our blood. So, like, for the Olympics, I don't pay attention to a shot put or any of these other sports, but you bet your ass I'm gonna be rooting for whoever's in the Olympics. You know, like, when your country is on the line, then we care. So, like, I feel like public interest in the team surged in the previous World Cup, especially versus England, because we just have rivalry with that country anyway. It's not a rivalry, but what the frick was I just about to do? The freaking pomegranate. I keep stalling. Anyways, it's just, I feel like it's gonna be wasted because we're gonna get knocked out. We are right now, none of our leaders on our team are playing or demonstrating at all that they care. They're not playing like they care, and they're not showing it off the field either, because as I said, we have one of our bigger, supposed to be, that is freaking too bright, more noteworthy tournaments coming up, which will be our last opportunity for all of our power players to get together as a team, for Mauricio Pochettino to operate and maneuver with them and learn everybody's strengths as a team. And 90% of our stars are, if they don't want to show up for it, why are they expecting the American public to give a crap? And I'm also sorry, but FIFA needs to humble themselves a little bit and charge frickin' less. Yeah, you hear the players make the argument that it's hard to, you know, it's tough when you look into the stadium and there's nobody there. Yeah, because for one, you gotta give us a reason to go, but also don't charge an arm and a leg for tickets when our team isn't warranting those prices. And it's not gonna be better for the World Cup. The World Cup stadiums are gonna be filled by tourists. Like, that's the case. Most Americans are not, I don't think, gonna be going because soccer's just not that big of a deal here, and our team isn't playing like they want it to be. Frankly, my personal opinion, I'm roasting them so hard right now. That's why Tom and I were like, we're gonna do live streams of the World Cup. Because this is the only sport that I can passionately talk about, where, like, I know player stats. I know who's injured, I know everything. Not everything, but I don't have this much knowledge about any other sport in my life that I care about. But right now I care more than they do. The players making millions of dollars to wear the crest of the red, white, and blue, they aren't playing like they care. You could put me in there. That's how bad we are. I just explained to y'all that I can't run a mile, I can't do shiz. You could put me in there, and we'd still be doing equivalent to what their level of performance is currently. It's just so, it's bleak. They're not giving anyone a reason to care. The whole complaint is that they need to find a way to get Americans to care about soccer, but they're not giving us any reason to. It's bad. It's bleak. So yeah, sorry for that tangent. I'm just really like disheartened. I'm not even really looking forward to the World Cup. We're gonna try to go to the games because that's historic and legendary, but I know we're gonna get knocked out. We're gonna die on sight. It's fine. In the US, we're so motivated by fame and money, and there's like 5 other sports ahead of soccer, exactly, that are taking all the athletic talent as early as middle school. True, soccer, it starts fundamentally in this country, and soccer is a big pay-to-play sport. You know, there's a lot of, I don't want to say gatekeeping, but it's not even very accessible if you're a kid and you want to play it. So how can we be fostering the best world-class talent when it is very much still behind a paywall? And I know they're trying to remedy that. I think they know that that is holding us back. Because how are you going to be... Surely not all of our star players... You know, we're losing the potential to discover our star players because they might just not be able to afford it, you know? To go, it's also the structure of if you ever want to actually play for the national team, you got to go to the academies. You got to uproot your life. That's what Christian Pulisic did, you know? You have to sacrifice so much and honestly outsource, go elsewhere. Go to Dortmund, I think that's where he went when he was like 16. So... Okay, I like this pomegranate more. I like it a little bit more. Now that we've filled in some of the gaps. Yeah, sorry, end rant. That's end scene. That's my rant about the US men's national team, and I wish they would get a grip, but sadly I'm just bracing for the worst. Come 2026, and we're just gonna have to see what happens, but I don't anticipate good things. I'm bracing for the worst. You hope for the best, brace for the worst, but for me, hoping for our best right now isn't even that promising. I don't even know what our best is anymore. We've strayed so far from it. Like, I think our best would be surviving the group stage. That's it. I wouldn't anticipate us getting anywhere near quarterfinals. God, like literally nowhere in that stratosphere. But who knows? Maybe this is all part of a ploy. Maybe they're playing like absolute shiz right now. To create a diversion, to throw everybody off their scent, to disguise themselves as like, US men, they're slacking right now, they're not that big of a target, and then they're gonna come in and be underdogs. Sorry for the sports rant. That's true, Daddy Josh. American commentators, it's just not the same. Yeah, we just have a lot of growth to do. But I hope, like, I hope that all of this, I'm being a naysayer right now, but my hope is that they prove me wrong and come out guns blazing in 2026 and can garner, like, public interest if they perform well. Soccer would surge. Alice is here, let's get it! Let's get it. But like, we're so bad right now. That's why I'm out here calling it football, y'all. Like, sure, it is football. We are not playing well or dominant enough to be able to rename it. So whatever y'all say, it's football. Oy, oy, oy. Right, that is my sports rant. Sorry for anyone who wasn't interested, but I'm serious, y'all. Tom and I are highly debating doing World Cup commentary next year, and just because we're gonna be following it. We're gonna be obviously focused on all the games. It's about to take over our life. So we're considering just... This is me testing the waters now to see how many of y'all care. And to see whether it's worth... if anybody would be interested if we delved more into it. Alright. We're getting there, folks. I think I'm calling the pomegranate done. No, the snake eyes. I forgot the snake eyes. Okay, hang on. See, like, that just looks like, what is that? Because snakes have such... Their eyes are like these little slits. I mean, that kind of looks okay. We'll keep it as an Easter egg because I kind of don't feel like painting over them, but... But I feel like you also don't really notice it in the grand scheme, which is fine with me. We're doing Sith snake eyes. Whoa. My hand's starting to shake from the caffeine. Actually, I also had to add some highlights here. I forgot about that. But then we're kind of... Shoot. Sorry. We're kind of getting close to being done, team. Oh, I gotta do the dogs. Forgot about Cerberus. We gotta do them. What the frick was I gonna do next? Sorry. We're at that stage now where I'm like, what am I even doing? What's done? What hasn't been done? When are we gonna get kicked out of the World Cup? My mind's racing. I also think I want to add some more. Let's take some more red. Get some more of the... The whole point is that there's all this pomegranate juice flowing. Oh shoot, too much. Actually, that could be okay, that could be okay. Oh, hang on, wait. Hang on. Oh, yes. Sorry. My weird freaking sound effects as I coach myself through this. I'm sorry, y'all. Oy. Careful, cat is caffeinated. She's caffeinated. Oh my god. What's up, Catching Z's? Welcome back. Yeah, we've been going, y'all. We're pushing. Sorry, I just blacked out. We're approaching. How long has it been? Holy frick, we're at 4 hours 18. We're getting there, team. We're getting there. I kind of wish I hadn't saved Cerberus for last, but it's fine because I want to expend minimal effort on them. This is not good because I'm also revealing how my energy depletes. How rapidly I decide that I don't want to expend energy on the three-headed dog in the background, so I'm just gonna not. But like, there's a lot going on elsewhere. Like, I'm very happy with how everything else has turned out, what the frick am I saying at this point? That like I was saying, I don't want to exert too much. Sorry, my studio ghost. My studio ghost is acting up. I don't want to exert too much energy on them anyway, because I don't want them to be as... Like, right now, everything, the proportion and balance of everything and where your eye is going, I'm happy about it. I'm happy with it. Nope, too dark, actually. And so, all this is to justify for myself if I'm lacking energy for Cerberus in the background. It's not because we're neglecting them. It's just because we don't want them to be too dominant, and so maybe it's fine that I save them for the end. What the frick else did I have to do? Aside from them? Hang on, let me finish my water. I need another hit. The first wave of caffeine is diminishing. What's up, Eric C? Thank you so much for being here. Oh, you're a beautiful painter. Thank you so much. Do you sell your paintings? I do. Is it all for fun? It's interesting. It started as for fun, and then it's always been my dream to evolve it into my career. So yes, I sell work and do commissions, and I mean, if anybody were to come across, whoops, I'm shaking everything. If anyone were to come across these streams and be like, hey, they want to put a bid on one of these, by all means, I wouldn't stop them. It is always interesting though. See, it's interesting because the only work I've sold lately has been commissions, you know, stuff that was always meant to be for somebody else. And so I haven't sold like a personal piece. That's honestly, that's like my dream game plan, y'all. Like, I would love to do... My goal is to initiate, because I'm obviously rocking with, I love doing the commissions. She needs more beer stat. You know me, Chop, you know me. I love doing commissions. And what am I saying? I enjoy it, but I would love to be able to, my true goal would be to be able to do this, like what I'm doing now, and just post this type of work on my Instagram and have someone comment, oh my god, I want to buy that. You know, like, I know my work is very macabre and weird and has interesting themes and might not necessarily suit everybody's interior design perfectly, but that's the true goal. And a lot of the artists that I admire, who I see are like freelance artists and illustrators and get to do like book covers and stuff. That would be sick, to illustrate like a fantasy or science fiction like book. Oh frick, that would be so much fun. So, but yeah, for now, it is all just for fun. And even if it stayed that way forever, there's still something precious about that, because for me, this is the case for everything. Like, even YouTube, as soon as I started getting monetized on it, then it becomes a job, you know? And I want art I think will always stay sacred to me, but it will always be, I would rather it always be for fun too, no matter what, you know? Even if there is already a price tag or something attached to it, and if it's a commission, I still strive to always find the fun. Frick, I didn't do these leaves. Oh, frick. Okay, hang on. What am I looking for? Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. Sorry. And the only reason I'm running... the wheel! The missing wheel! Oh god. Almost died on that one. The only reason I'm running off screen to throw my water on a different surface and not on my work desk here is because I explained to you guys last week. I don't want to make the mistake of going to reach for my drink water and drinking my paint water instead. Y'all, look at that. I would die. I would die. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. So I've always tried to exercise that practice though of keep your paint surface and your eating surface as two separate entities, y'all. Whew, okay. Okay. Final countdown. I gotta do these leaves because I kept forgetting about them. But then, team, I think we're gonna move on to the three-headed dog. Because at first I was like, okay, do I want to add more detail to this hand here? But what am I trying to say? I don't want it to be too, because there's already a lot going on. I don't want it to drag your eye down, like, because it's also leading off the page. I still want her to be the first thing you see, and for now I think that is the case. It's working for me. And then everything else kind of draws your eye, like, gradually, like you discover the rest of the piece. You know, naturally, versus if I do too much to this hand here right now. I think I run the risk of that becoming, like, the focal point. Which is not what I want. Once again, just finding ways to justify my laziness. I'm definitely, I think lesson learned, I'm 1000% gonna make the Hades counterpart to this 1,000 times simpler. I am not going to. We'll see. I still don't know, have a composition idea for that one, but I'll probably just, like I said earlier, cannibalize this one and just do a lot of recycling. Because it's meant to be. It's going to be meant to be part of a duo with that Hades one, so... you know, if there's similar things going on, that is fine. To me. You don't want a beer-infused painting, says Chop. Maybe someday. You're a very zen Bob Ross. I'm not when I was originally caffeinated, but I'm glad I'm zen now. What's up, Shake Pippin? I love the toothless profile photo. That looks incredible. Thank you, thank you. Are you excited for the live action How to Train Your Dragon? I'm so freaking hyped. I can't wait. I have not been a big endorser of live action remakes. However, I'm willing to give this one a chance. Literally, I have not gone to or watched a single, like, The Lion King, any of the Disney Princess live action remakes I've not watched. Lilo and Stitch. I just, it's not, I'm not the market audience for it. But How to Train Your Dragon, I really want to go see that. So, Cat needs a perm and then she can call herself Bob Ross. Oh my god, I should do it for the content, Cat. I'm gonna just go. And I'm gonna do, y'all, next painting stream, y'all will see me. I just spit right on myself. Y'all definitely saw that. I'm gonna be here with curly hair. I'm gonna kill my hair. Have y'all ever smelled a perm? Now that sounds like a crazy question, but crazy question? A crazy question, but hear me out. I used to work very briefly. This is old lore. I forget about this, honestly, because it was so brief. Because I got a job fresh out of college. What the frick was I gonna say? I got a job fresh out of college working at a hair salon. And I was a hair washer. And when people would come in, I never knew what a perm smelled like. And then I learned one day, and the whole place is crazy. So I don't know if I would risk that. Chop says, oh my god, do not get me started on How to Train Your Dragon. Those animated movies are everything to me. Seeing the first one in theaters is what sparked my love for movies and put me where I am now. No way, Chop. Oh my gosh. Oh, of course you have good taste. I'm not surprised. I had never seen those movies, funny enough. And I've alluded in the past before, I have young family members, y'all, so you know, sometimes you just put on whatever for them to watch. But this was on TV and we were all hanging out as a family and we caught the tail end of it. And this little family member, they were asking questions. You know how kids are, right? They get to that age where they just ask you a question about everything. And none of us had ever seen the movie, so we couldn't explain it. So I was like, I'll watch, let's go back. You know, we watched the end, which in hindsight probably wasn't great. And so, but we knew no context. We had no idea what was going on. So I was like, I'll go back and let's rewatch all these movies together. And there's 3 of them, which is great if you have kids that you need to entertain. Discovering a movie franchise that has 3 films that they're invested in, you just bought yourself 3 hours of, not exactly consecutive back to back, but you bought yourself some time. And so I went and watched all these movies and they freaking rocked. And I was like, oh my god, I'm out here bawling. I'm out here crying through some of these. And my little family member is like totally unscathed. That's the craziest thing, y'all. Rewatching so many of these classics as an adult, I am sobbing my eyes. Why are children's movies so tragic and harrowing? I was sobbing my eyes out for so much of this, and I just, is it because as an adult you're just more jaded? You've been hurt by the world, so you have more empathy. You know, like, is that what it is? How to Train Your Dragon, those movies changed my life. So I'm extremely excited, approaching with caution for the remakes. Now listen, I will always be an endorser of, there are things that you can achieve in animation that live action will never be able to replicate, and that is okay. And I think if you accept that and just go into it not looking to make a comparison one-to-one, but looking to see what bringing in human actors can offer, you know, like, that's what I'm looking forward to. Visually, I think it looks Gucci. We'll see. But this is gonna be the first live action remake that I'm actually giving a chance. So I low-key, we're gonna go see it in theaters. Like, I can't freaking wait. And so I've since discovered, like, yeah, Chop, there is a whole How to Train Your Dragon fandom, which is mostly, I think, composed of like adults online, obviously. I've since learned that there are a lot of grown adults who love those movies. Rightfully so. Okay. All 3 of those How to Train Your Dragon movies will make me cry like Cat with the Garment episode. No way, I got to see the first movie in concert last year, and it was one of the most special experiences. That probably freaking rocked because the soundtrack slays. I've got my 5-year-old niece coming to stay with me this weekend, so I'll probably take her to the movies, but I'm excited. Oh, enjoy, Alice! That's so great when they reach that age, because yeah, you can like take them to movies, and it's such a fun experience for them. Being at the movies as a kid is so much different than going to the movies as an adult, y'all. Am I wrong? There's something, you feel like you're doing the coolest thing ever. Like, I remember the first time I ever went to the movies as a teenager by myself, unchaperoned, with just friends. We went to see Twilight. It was crazy because it was the one where they got married and there was like 20 minutes of them going ham, for lack of a better word, and I was like, holy shnikes. Spoilers if you've never read Twilight, but those books have been out for over a decade. Wait, has it? Yeah. Yeah, holy shnikes, those books have been out for over a decade. That's insane. Also life-changing. Okay, Sir Barris. Let's get it. And then that's the final stage. We did it, team. What was the first movie I remember seeing as a kid? So yeah, if by first movie I saw by myself, I've never actually been to the movie theaters by myself. I would like to try. I've challenged myself to do it, and then I just haven't done it. But I really want to go to a movie theater by myself and just enjoy and vibe. Maybe I'll do that and go see Sinners before that freaking leaves. I gotta get on it. I'm losing time. The clock is ticking. But first movie that I ever remember seeing, I don't know. It's probably some Disney princess movie, like Snow White and Ariel. The Little Mermaid were the first few that I really was addicted to. So that's probably the safest bet. But yeah, first movie I ever went to go see alone in theaters with just my friends was Breaking Dawn Part 1. Oh my god. And we went with some of our male friends too. We literally just brought guys along. And so if you've ever seen Twilight, that movie essentially dips into like 50 Shades of Grey level. Oh god, I'm gonna it's a lot. It's a lot. And okay, it's nowhere near the level of 50 Shades of Grey, but like when you're going to see that as a 13-year-old, it was something. Oh my god, I'm just reliving my youth. I forgot about that. We were all sitting there like, what? Our brains were being blasted. And I stopped reading the books, y'all. I stopped after New Moon. And spoilers again. Y'all probably don't even care, or you've already read the book by now. But in New Moon, Edward bails. He breaks up with Bella and he pieces out for a hot minute. So after that, I was like, you're gonna get rid of the best freaking character? Frick that. And that's when I stopped reading. Yeah, I stopped. Did I stop? Did I? Wait, yeah, I think I stopped. I'm such a poser, y'all. Now that I'm reflecting on this, if I get pissed off, I just bail. Because I commented this on, I don't know if you guys follow Screen Thrill, both on here and on Instagram. Definitely go follow him on both, but his Instagram page is great, and he just does like film and television, video game coverage. He does a lot. And he's always been so nice to me, like literally shout out, love you Screen Thrill. And he posted, I didn't know this, but it was like the 10-year anniversary. Was it the 10-year anniversary of the Red Wedding airing on Game of Thrones? And I commented that I straight up quit the show for 2 years after that episode, because that's how I am. I'm a quitter. I quit things. I quit Twilight when Edward left. I told y'all I'm reading, my sister Amber has me reading those ACOTAR books. A major character almost died and I almost quit right then and there. Like if you take away my one reason to live, because tell me why in the Red Wedding, I won't spoil anything, but every single person I was rooting for was ripped out from under me. So why was I gonna keep going? Oh, my mom, I guess, knows. Lady and the Tramp, was that the first movie I ever watched? She would know. She's got the lore. That is a rough episode. So, but yeah, that's just for hindsight. That's just to give you a clue into my psyche. If you get rid of my favorite character, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna bounce out of there. And so that's what happened after the Red Wedding. I left for 2 years. I left the Game of Thrones universe. And then Tom started chirping up that he wanted to watch it, and I was like, fine, I'll go into this again. So it was easier the second time around knowing it was coming. And then obviously I don't regret. This chair is effed, y'all. I'm gonna break my neck on this chair. Okay, sorry, I'm pulling up. We're finally moving on to the doggies now. We're gonna do this. And I think I'm just gonna keep them very simple. Yeah, I don't even think I'm gonna do highlights. I think I'm literally just gonna beef up what's there now because I have my sketch underneath. Of when that major character was killed off in The Force Awakens, I was like, oh hell no. Exactly, Matthew. Exactly. Holy shiz, Alice, that's a deep cut. Milo and Otis, oh my god. What a film. Dang, I just want to go rewatch all these childhood classics now. Just to feel something. But yeah, when that happened in Force Awakens, I was like, people aren't going to be happy about this. And people still aren't. That is, I will say, alright, we're not going to turn this into a sequels chat, but in hindsight, I think it is a little bit just kind of a missed opportunity. It's a little bit kind of tragic that, especially now that Carrie Fisher has passed, we will never get that. We never got the original trio all together on screen. I know we had Leia and Luke, and Leia at Hunter times, but never seeing Han and Luke. Dang, I never even thought about that. That kind of hurts. End rant. That wasn't even a rant. That was me just briefly dipping my toes into sharing a rare sequel opinion. How are we feeling about this, y'all? Oh, this chair's gonna kill me. I'm thinking that this is just gonna be what the dogs are. I gotta think. Okay, hang on. That did something. That did something, that did something, that did something. I love how half of this has also just turned into me looking to you guys for moral support and justification. What do you think, guys? Can I be lazy and just not? Okay, but I explained my logic though. Like, she is the focal point right now. Everything, like, at least I think, my eye still goes to her and then segues down to all the craziness going on down here. I keep fluctuating. So what I was gonna say is I don't want the dogs to contend with that. Like, if I just keep them like this up here. Maybe I will. Okay, I know I was saying I wasn't gonna go in with highlights on them, but I think I will. Because now that I'm doing just a base outline, I think they might need it. But I don't want to go too ham. I don't know. I also kind of just want to be done. Oh, this was always the funniest part of art school because when you're in the studio, this is what we would all just be doing together. Like, by the way, if we had assignments and we were all kind of in the trenches and everybody was just mentally and emotionally tapped out, we would just pull each other aside and be like, listen, does this look done to you? Do you think I can be done? Okay, alright, I'm just gonna immediately test my theory. I do think it needs something because it's too flat, and it does look too like, girl, what are you doing? Now, hang on. Okay, that didn't show up at all. Okay, that is too light. Hold the phone, y'all. Walk with me. Wait for the vision. Oh no. Frick, all my paint dried up. Somebody asked earlier, also, I'm so sorry if you're still, I was gonna address your question, and then I didn't. Somebody asked how I liked the gouache. I like it. It is a sleeper pick for me. Hang on, did I already say that? I might have. I'm so sorry if I'm being repetitive. But I'm trying to address, I don't want to neglect the art-themed questions if my fellow artists are interested. Okay, that's better, that's better, that's better. Okay, hang on, something's happening here. Something's happening. Okay, wait. I don't hate this, I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Hold the phone, y'all. I don't. Stand by. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Ah! Too much. Oh. Whoa, Nelly. Hang on. Sorry, I'm focusing now. I know you'll tweak it until you're satisfied, exactly. You would get this tatted Annabella? No way, that's like the coolest compliment. Oh my gosh. I'm obsessed with the thought of that. I love to hear that. If somebody would be willing to put this on their body forever, then I don't hate it. No, I'm always gonna be the most hypercritical of my own stuff. Even now, even the piece that we did last week, y'all, I already was looking at it this week like, ugh, I don't like it. I just fluctuate. I'm so freaking shifty. I just go back and forth. I think every artist does that. One minute I'll be like, oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever made. And then I'm like, what the frick? I think it also is imposter syndrome. I don't know. Every creative person, if you're creative, you'll in everything. I'm sure everybody feels this way about everything. Whatever your passion might be, your calling in life. We are all our own biggest critics. And so I think it's natural, I think, to 1 minute be really proud of yourself, and then the next, just our brains immediately are always looking to be hypercritical. Dang. Okay, that's the vibe I'm kind of going for. Like, just a very simple contour drawing with a few... Okay, I think what I have to do, though... I should maybe touch it up. No. Maybe not. Just leave it, just leave it, just leave it. You see the vision. You see what I'm saying? Keeping it simple so that it actually, it's kind of helping to, because this was getting bottom heavy, so it's helping to migrate your eye back to her. She's the star of the show. And so I think it's helping to pull her back, pull you back to her without contending with her, is what we are going for. You know? Catch me incorporating more dogs into the pieces going forward, y'all, because dogs are just as cute. Now, I shouldn't have made him cute, though. These are the guard dogs to the underworld. They're scary. They're supposed to be a little bit menacing, but... You're seeing it? Oh, shout out, Sean. Okay, I'm glad. Cat painting is just what the doctor ordered. Y'all, shout out. Some of y'all have been here still the whole time again. And I'm so grateful for that. We're almost there. We're in the final countdown. We covered a lot of ground today. We went through a lot of different stages of... Oh, I freaking like that. I like that, I like that, I like that, I like that. Sorry. I like that a lot. We went through many stages. We started in ASMR mode, then we were caffeinated. And that certainly added to it. That gave us our second wind. Oh god, don't get me started on the cat conversation, frick. I shouldn't even have brought it back up. Y'all are gonna haunt me with that forever. Frick. I sharpened my... Oh, are y'all seeing this? I sharpened my pencil too much and now it's just snapping. I mean, I'll be completely honest, y'all. I'm rushing through this a little bit. I kind of just want this to be done. You know what? We'll stall for a second, and like I said last week, let's actually take off the tape. Because I'm definitely done tampering with the edges. And as I was saying, not only is this the most fun part, ooh, but it can give you a better reveal. Oh. It can give you a better reveal, a better reality of what the piece actually is looking like, because, like I said last week, this extreme chroma key blue isn't doing anyone any favors. So it can kind of almost potentially throw off your eye. Oh, sorry. See what I'm saying? This blue does so many tricks with your eye. Seeing the clear, crisp edges is so... I'm like a mad scientist over here. I'm like, yes, good, Anakin, good. Kill him now. I shouldn't do it. Sorry, I just had a satisfying experience pulling that tape off. I still can't take the tape off until it's done, and that's because you're responsible, Annabella. You're disciplined. I am not. I like to jump the gun before I'm done and potentially jinx myself in the process, because there have been times where I have prematurely removed the tape and then realized, oh frick, I needed to make adjustments on the edges of a piece, and then I already got rid of my tape and then had to just kind of wing it and say a prayer. So yeah, it's the responsible thing to do is not do what I just did, actually wait it out and save it for the final stages. Because like I said, I have jinxed myself in the past, but you know what? It happens. It's just par for the course. Alright, what am I doing? Yeah, what I'm essentially doing is just tracing over all of the contour drawing that I already had here for the dogs. Frick! I like this a lot! Frick! Okay, sorry. I just looked at this one again. I like that. I like the simplicity of it. Because I'm a big sucker for, I love to see brush strokes, and if you can still see like part of the sketch underneath, you know, like those little quality touches of like you can still see the signature, the kind of I'm not saying, what am I trying to say, like some of the process, if you will. I like to see evidence of like the material. So like I just love the way the colored pencil is vibing up here. Rick, y'all, this, I'm proud of myself. I really like this one. I'm excited for Hades next. Oh, Alice, yes, I want to go see Ballerina actually really badly. Get my John Wick fix. Now, granted, how much is he gonna actually be in that movie? And it's obviously a prequel, so I'm curious where in the timeline. I feel like it probably happens before he retired. Before he got out. No? Somebody with more expertise, feel free to call me on that. But I feel like it has... Because in the trailer, she knows who he is. I mean, everybody knows who he is. Whether he's in business or not. But... Oh, it's during 1 to 2 of John Wick. Interesting, Charlie. So I was so wrong. I was completely wrong. So it overlaps technically with what we've already seen from him? Like what he's doing? It's like a little side quest in the grand scheme of his revenge tour? Interesting. Hang on a sec, is she... I don't know, I'm gonna go in with no... I'm just excited. But that's good to know. What am I doing? Okay, frick, this is not going as well as the last one. Calm down and lock in. We're almost there. It's the final countdown. What a good song. Throwback. Okay, come on. Running out of steam. We got this, come on. What's up, Lord Insidious? Welcome back. Looking very nice today. Amazing art. Keep it up. Thank you, Mr. Deadweight. Appreciate it. What's her accent? Mine, Andrew, or Ana de Armas's? In... in Ballerina. Because I've heard so many different things about what people think my accent is, y'all. That's the other thing, too. A lot of people... I don't know what it is. Okay, I actually know exactly what it is. I watch a ton of, I've always said y'all, I think, as a kind of gender all-inclusive way to address the group. I guess there are other options. I could say folks, guys. Yeah, you know, there's other options, but I've just always said y'all for some reason. And that got heightened because I told you guys I love Brittany Broski. Many of y'all might know her as the Kombucha Girl meme, but she has since launched quite the career for herself. She's actually a big Star Wars fan as well. And she's from the South, she's Texan. So she says y'all all the time, and I watch her podcasts every freaking day. I just watch episodes on repeat. She only has like one episode released per week. But, okay, this is also going to sound strange. When I'm working, okay, walk with me here, y'all. Just hang on. If I get in the groove of a piece, or if I'm working, for example, if I weren't streaming right now, I would be watching the Broski Report, which is her podcast. Or, how do I explain this? Say I was working on this piece over multiple days, which I have been. I started this, yesterday? I forget when I started this. No, day before yesterday. So I've been working on this over the course of a few days, intermittently. If I'm working on a piece and I start watching, for example, the Broski Report, her podcast, I have to keep watching it. Other episodes of it. I don't have to just repeat the same episode over and over again, but just once I'm kind of in that groove, I have to stick with it. Does that make any sense? Like, that's the tone I've established, and so now I have to keep it. If I'm working on the same piece. If I start working on a different piece, then I could go watch something else entirely different. I could go fresh slate, go watch whatever I want, you know? The best way I can describe this, the craziest instance of this happened my junior year of college, because yes, we're gonna freaking talk about college again. I had a final project that I could work on from home. It was something tiny. And so I was working on it from home. And I was locked in my room, doing my thing. And I was like, frick it. I'm gonna watch Lord of the Rings Two Towers, which is my favorite one. And then, I kid you not, for a week straight, every night that I was working on this project, because it was a final, it took me a while, I had to watch that movie over and over again. Every night, it was this craziest phenomenon. I was just like, I have to just keep watching it. So I replayed it every night, y'all, oh my god, it was the best. It was great. That was my best final project ever. I don't even remember what the assignment was, but I knew it was just fun working on it because I was watching Lord of the Rings the whole freaking time. But that's the only way I can explain this. So where was I going with that? Okay, yeah, Broski Report. So I watch her a lot because when I'm making art and I get in the groove, I gotta stick with it. And so basically that's the story. She's from Texas, so she says y'all a lot. And I basically, if you work from home, you also know you're pretty much, if you don't get out and you don't get other interaction, you know, sometimes I try to go like work at a coffee shop, but I freaking don't like that because people walk past your screen. People are freaking nosy. And everyone in LA, I'm just convinced, has like fake jobs. So whenever I go to a coffee shop, I'm like, what the frick is everybody else here doing that we can all just be here during the day? You know, like nobody has a real job here. Everyone's a freaking influencer or freaking YouTube. Like nobody has. I'm the pot calling the kettle black. But so everybody freaking will snoop and look at your computer because they want to see what fake ass job is this person doing. And so the last time I did that, it was during Reactober. That's right, because I was like, I need to get out of the house. I can't be here alone. I have to go be in public. And I was editing my Texas Chainsaw Massacre reaction, and people are so nosy, and they were just looking at my screen, and I was like, I can't do this. But anyway, basically, my life is pretty solitary confinement, you know, it's fine. And so that's why I love the Broski Report, or just any podcast. There's other YouTubers that I enjoy and listen to and watch to basically just keep you company. So I watch her show a lot, and she says y'all, and that's why I say y'all a lot, because realistically, so many times, again, it's another phenomenon. If you work from home, you'll catch yourself, it'll be like 6 p.m., and you'll realize, oh my god, I haven't uttered a single word to another living human being. The only socialization I get, or I don't even have conversation, it's one way. It's one-sided when I'm watching my podcasts, you know? And so that's only been ramped up because I've really been watching a ton of her content. And so that's why I've started saying y'all even more. And so during Andor, we got quite a lot of new subscribers, and I think so many people thought that I was just Southern because I was saying y'all all the time. And the art continues. It does, Totes McGoats. Also, welcome back, Floggy. What's up? You watch the extended version every night. I was not doing the extended version, Nick Gundy, don't worry. Don't worry. And so many people thought that I was Southern, and I'm not even close. But now I just feel like I'm kind of, I've stolen the Southern culture. Yours. Okay, so all of this was to go back to Andrew's original comment of what my accent is. Oh, how are you able to focus on something for 5 hours straight like that? Well, when you have to lock in, Floggy, and like I said, I'm trying to achieve some sort of very last-ditch effort of creating a portfolio to apply to grad school with. I have no choice. I have to be camped out here. We are already behind. After today, we'll have 2 in the chamber, but we're still behind. So I have to just get locked in. But yes, anyway, that doesn't answer the question. My accent is East Coast, so yes, I'm not from the South. But I like to jokingly slip into a Southern accent a lot because of the Broski Report. And so, where was I going with this too? Frick. Oh, the dogs look great. Thank you, Chop. I'm having fun with them. They're cute. But I've heard so many different things, so I guess my accent, whatever it may be, unfortunately, sometimes I think I inevitably slip into Valley Girl by virtue of living in LA. I slip into Southern because the only person, I'm serious, like, I genuinely believe this is the reason, because I watch the Broski. That's the only socialization I get. Quite a lot. Socialization, and it's not even me socializing, it's me listening to a podcast. And, what the frick was I saying? But I've heard so many different things. I've heard, when I was in Prague in November, throwback, when we went to see Sleep Token, sorry, I'm just positioning a new reference photo for myself. The final dog! The final Cerberus. Somebody over there asked me if I was Australian. So, like, who knows? Alice is probably cracking up at the sound of that, because we most certainly are not Australian up in here, but I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I would not be opposed. And I would love to go to Australia, y'all. That would be fun. The Outback. There's probably actually some really amazing, wonderful, like, Outback camping adventures to be had in Australia that could be really fun to feel adventurous. So who knows? I don't know if that answers the question. I just went on a 50-minute long tangent in an effort to answer the question and to explain myself. Why Cat the Aussie? Sounds like straight up Westchester. Which Westchester? Australia, LOL. What? I know. Granted, this was also after a night of... This was at 4 o'clock in the morning, the evening of the Sleep Token concert. I explained to you guys, I was already jet lagged into oblivion. So like it worked in my favor because the evening there is only the daytime here. When they wake up, that's when we go to sleep, at least here in California. We're like 9 hours behind the Czech Republic. And so I was rallied. We went out. Well, it doesn't help that I had a Red Bull at the Sleep Token concert. There might have been a little bit more than Red Bull in there, but I'm not gonna disclose that. I was living my best life, okay? Let me live. I had flavored water at the Sleep Token. God forbid I had flavored water when I went to go see my favorite band. And so that Red Bull hit my system. It doesn't help that I had that at like 8 o'clock at night. And then we went out until 5 o'clock in the morning that day. So it was at about 4 o'clock a.m. that somebody asked if I was Australian. So were they all there? Were they firing on all cylinders? Probably not. Because I had already disclosed to them that I was from the United States. So I think they probably weren't all there. And that's okay. That's all right. Oh, that was like the best night of my life. What a great night. Sorry. Checking in on the art's progress. We're almost done, Retro. We are almost done. We were at the end of the rope. Sorry. Apparently I have an accent despite living in Detroit now. I get Canadian, Irish, British a lot, and Jamaican or African a lot, which defies logic. That's a lot going on. Now I'm really curious what your voice actually sounds like. No shrimp on the barbie from me. Yeah, no, I can't even do an impression of an Australian accent. Everyone come to Australia for a road trip around to go visit the big things. Next to the Big Potato is a mad waterfall and the best pie shop in Australia. I'm from Detroit and everybody else always says that I sound Canadian. Well, because of your proximity, right? Y'all are kind of neighbors, no? Frack, I keep over sharpening the pencil. Are y'all seeing that in real time? My pencil is just absolutely snapping and breaking. But yeah, I think it's accents are fun. I just can't do any of them. Y'all would not even want to hear me try to attempt an Australian accent. What's crazy though is I was just reminiscing about this with my cousin, actually, the one who we had our great British adventure with. When I went to go visit her. I know I freaking talk about this all the time, y'all, and this is how we got started on the blood pudding discussion. That life-altering inside joke here. What the frick was I saying? We were recently, I recently was with my cousin again, and we were reminiscing about how, yeah, the UK is great to travel to as an American because you get the, experience of like, oh, you feel worldly, but you have the comfort of you can read everything, you know, they speak English, you can understand people, there's no language barrier. Which I'm not saying that it's not fun to travel to a different country with where there is a language barrier. However, I'll just say this. Sure, go to countries where you don't know the language and challenge yourself. That said, I accidentally consumed meat in Japan, y'all, for that reason, versus I never accidentally consumed meat when I was in the UK. So there's 10 years of vegetarianism blipped down the drain. No, I'm not that crazy about it, and I lived to tell the tale. Clearly I'm fine. I lived, it's fine. I'm not beating myself up. And have I probably accidentally ingested or had cross-contamination with meat before that? Yes, because I still go to frickin' hibachi. I love a good hibachi experience where everything's cooked on the same grill. So yeah, they're not, I'm eating the veggies that were cooked right next to the meat, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not that crazy about it. But that's just an example, you know, it's nice to go to the UK if you're an American, and also that counts, you know, Scotland, Ireland, I'm sure I haven't been to those, but I would love to go. what the frick am I saying? It's nice to go. It was just nice to go to London and understand the language. But even there, when we were on the tube, when we were in the tube, I would overhear some people's conversations and not understand a word. Oh, and even that show, I was just talking about this, Adolescence. I know we talked about that show briefly in a live stream a bit ago when it was like trending on Netflix. I had to turn on subtitles. I couldn't understand a word they were saying it sometimes because their accents were so thick. Genuinely, when I was on the tube in London, overhearing some people talk, I did not think we were speaking the same language. It was so cool, but it was just crazy because it's like we're all speaking English right now. Y'all are speaking the Queen's English, and I don't understand what you're saying. It was just so funny. The realization that even abroad in London, where I thought I could eavesdrop, not that I naturally eavesdrop on people, but if they're talking in a public space, I could hear them and I couldn't understand what the frick they were saying. So it was just so funny. It's like, so yeah, that's even in the United States. You go south, you go somewhere, depending on how thick your accent is, we could be speaking the same language and not understand each other at all. I did have Taco Bell in Japan. Sue me, y'all. Sue me. But did you enjoy it? Asks Nick about my accidental meat ingestion. I liked it before I knew there was meat in there, unfortunately. Yeah. No, I'll own it. I'll own up to it. I really thought it tasted good. Because I haven't had meat in 10 years. Hibachi, yum. I know, now I really want some. It's Tom's birthday dinner tonight. Maybe I'll be like, hey, we should go get hibachi. But yes, I haven't had meat for 10 years. So you can imagine the taste is foreign to me. Like, I wouldn't even really know. Let's just put it this way. I've only been consuming fake meat for so long. Like, that's what tastes real to me now. So, like, I don't even know. My body wouldn't recognize the taste of real meat. And it's funny because that wasn't the case a few years ago before we moved to LA. LA is a freaking hot spot for if you're dairy-free, gluten-free, celiac, lactose-free, like any possible dietary restriction you might have. Los Angeles is the place for you. Like, you can find anything here. So I remember when we first moved here, I was so concerned we were going to get, what am I trying to say? Like, the veggie burgers in LA were far more advanced than the veggie burgers I had been having on the East Coast. You know, like, because it's way more vegan, vegetarian friendly out here. So they're on their game. They're advanced. They're cooking in the future. So when we first moved here, I was low-key having Tom like taste test my veggie burgers for me because I was like, this tastes so real. Now to me, yeah, having been vegetarian, by that point I'd already been vegetarian for half a decade. So for me, even fake meat tasted real because I just strayed so far from what real meat tastes like. And Tom wouldn't even entertain me. He wouldn't even take a bite. He's like, look at it, it's not real. But I was just so concerned by how real it looks out here. Like, LA is on their game. I know I was basically roasting LA and everything I hate about this city last week's episode. But, when it comes to that, if you're vegetarian or if you have dietary stuff, it's so inclusive, you can find something for everybody here. So yes. Oh, Alice, your father's Scottish. That's so cool. You used to do Scottish dancing. Oh my god, that's really freaking cool. Oh my god, yes, Alice, you get it. You get it. Having a dietary restriction is great because you get fed first on the airplane. Yes! It makes me feel like royalty. It makes me feel special. I'm like finished with my food and everybody else is just getting theirs. It's crazy. It's so fun. That's like the one time that it's convenient to have a dietary restriction. Makes me feel special. Guys, we're almost done. We're so close. We're almost done. Still alive, but I'm barely breathing. Come on. Come on, Cerberus. Pull through. Almost. It's the final countdown. Almost. What's up, Jalen? You're thinking of getting into the Star Wars fandom? No way! Which do we prefer? Prequels, originals, or the new trilogy? Prequel baby up in here. 5 hours is insane. It would be so cool if the dog's eyes were flaming. Dang, Chop, that would be. I could still add a touch of red. We can still add something. I say, as I'm drained, I'm like, we can still do that. Yeah, maybe the next few pieces we do, I'm gonna get them to a state where it's closer to being done than what we were rocking with today. I low-key did not think that we spent a frick ton of time. This I had to redo 50,000 times. It was worth it. Sorry, it just sounded like a gunshot outside. Well, nothing phases me at this point. I'm just like, whatever. Come and get me. You're not adding more Chop, don't worry. We're just gonna give them a little bit of a Sith Eye moment, because I think that's a good idea. I like that. I'm gonna take a touch of this. Well, let's try it. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? How do I decide when it's finished, or is it more of a feeling? This was our predicament last week, Floggy. Because if I were to sit here forever, if it was just me judging myself, it would never be finished. And we would be here for eternity. And in my opinion, I'm like, I don't know if any piece is ever finished. See, Chop, don't worry. I'm just adding red to their eye. I'm just highlighting the red in their eyes, if that makes sense. I'm not making them look flamed. But that was a little... You know what? Frick. Hang on. I kind of like this red. Now I want to add a little bit more of the red back into them. So, yeah, sorry, I didn't answer your question. I think it is more of a feeling. And it's more of also... And that feeling for me is very much driven by, am I mentally finished? Am I done? Am I tapped out? Also, though, I kind of was explaining this a little bit last week. Like, by this point, compositionally, there's not much I can add or change. Like, yeah, if I was, like, that would have been cool to have their eyes really be flaming and, like, smoky. And so some things, when you look back in hindsight, it's like, well, I'm not gonna change much now, you know? So I just gotta rock with what I got. And so that's another thing, too. If you start to, like I said, I could sit here forever and be nitpicking, deliberating, what could I add, what do I want to add, and then eventually you just start adding. When you start doing more harm than good, when it becomes self-sabotage and nothing you're contributing is actually amplifying the piece, then I'd say it's safe to pronounce it finished, which we're about to do. We're almost there. Hang on. I just wanted to add a few touches of this red to the doggies. They ended up looking really cute and not that not that menacing, but that's okay. That is all right. I didn't draw them to be that menacing, so I kind of knew that was going to be the case from the get-go. But yeah, honestly, it's mostly just mental finished. When you're mentally tapped out, that's when I know. Just stand up and walk away. Stand and walk away. Dare I say it? I don't even know if I'm still in frame anymore, y'all. Sorry, Oh, I'm tall. I'm tall for once. Dare I say it? I like the demon eyes. Me too. That was a great suggestion from Chop. Sorry. There I am, almost eating shit again. Because this share is trying to kill me. Did they send you to kill me? I think she's done. Thrawn is handing her a Meluron. Yes, that is the hidden meaning of this peace chop. I think it's over. And it's sweet, sweet, sweet victory. Sorry, I just have to look at it. Give me 1 second. You can feel the warmth of that red. Ooh, I love that. That Fox JD. The detail on the dogs is perfect. Thank you, Alice. Yes, I do not want to touch them because I like that. I like seeing the strokes of their fur. My only thing is I feel like there's a lot of competing textures going on right now, but that's okay. I'm kind of just... Hang on, hang on. There is one thing I'm gonna fix. Her frickin' forehead is still too frickin' big, y'all. She still has like an 8 head. Hang on. After I picked it up, hang on. What we're just gonna do is darken up the shadow there. Try to create a little bit of a curvature to round it off. To create the illusion. Oh. Oh, yes, 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 yeah, there we go. Sorry. When it actually works out how you want it to. Okay, yeah, I think that shrunk it a little bit. But see, like, at that point, I guess I could also... actually, I should darken this here, too. I could technically add some more strands of hair there. Let me let that dry. It's done. Totally awesome. We might be done. Stop, cat. Stop. Her forehead's not too big. You've done a great job, and you're very talented. Thank you so much, Alex. Here we go. More tweaking. You guys know. Don't touch it. The dogs have wisdom and menace now compared to an hour ago. The dogs really came to life. They might have been my favorite part of it. Probably because I kept them the simplest. But... yeah, I don't think they steal your eye. They kind of just create a nice frame around her, I think. Which is what I was going for. Alright, I'm done. This is art gallery / museum worthy. Oh, Chop, you're too nice. Y'all are gassing me up too much. Let me, again, you guys have been looking at it from an interesting angle, so let me quickly, so you don't have to see me fussing with it. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Holy shnikes. Okay. Upside down. We're upside down. Hang on. Patience. Patience. I just have to flip it. Wait, cancel. Rotate 180 degrees. Perfect. There she is. So there's my angle. Y'all have been looking at her like a bit from afar. Oh my god. Dang, I really like this. You can see how messy my desk is now. There's the carnage. There's the mess. I love it. Y'all, dang. Holy frick. Dare I say, these paintings are made so much better with you guys here. Sorry, everything's just getting shaken around. We're making an adjustment. These paintings are so much better with you guys around. Hello. Hang on, there's more of my messy desk. Hang on, hang on. I just have to rotate. There she is. Oh my god, it's just so much better having you guys here. The suggestion from Floggy, shout out. The blue Thrawn hand. I think added a really great like pop of contrast. I'm rocking with it, y'all. We were in the trenches earlier. Do y'all remember like 4 hours ago when we did the veiny kind of hands, and I was like, I hate it. I was so mad at it, and I was like, I don't like it. May I buy it? Sean, if you want to, shoot me an email. We are your midichlorians. The more of us, the stronger you be. Exactly, Bird Church. Exactly. Well, god dang, y'all. This was so much freaking fun. I'm exhausted. And we still got a whole birthday to celebrate tonight for Tom. So I'm gonna go. Sorry that I'm like finishing these and then immediately bouncing. Stay tuned. I will post the final product on my community tab as well as my Instagram. I'm kind of just dead. Seriously, if you want, Sean, send me an offer. I gotta figure out how I would price this. But it's we'll see. I'm not opposed to it. If somebody, she's serious. Are those doggos up for adoption? Literally, now I want to get my own three-headed Great Dane. Or a Doberman, rather. We did it. Well, there's two, folks. Another one in the chamber. And, 5.5 hours later, second painting down, we still have, holy shiz, 13 to go. Pray for me. Oh gosh, amazing piece. Seriously, it was so much fun to hang out, talk, and watch this come to life. Chop, thank you so much for being here like the whole time. Thank you all. If you guys were here, even if you tuned in for just a little bit, a few minutes the whole time, if you were lurking, if you were chatting, if you were making suggestions, literally shout out. I'm loving these streams so much. I am too. We're hanging out so much, y'all. You're gonna be sick of me. I already have another drawing in the queue, actually. Would you guys like to see it? Also, Alice, if you're still here, Queen, I never showed you. This is the paper I use. Stonehenge Aqua Cold Press. This was great. Floggy, you were great. You literally, I was just saying, this hand, clutch job. Literally miracle, genius, incredible. Let me go show you guys the other piece I'm working on. It's only in its infant stages now, so that's why I was like, I know I've only been showing you guys after I have started an initial process. And because I'm scared to just show you a bare bones piece, But I'll show you now an initial sketch, and who knows, maybe the next one we do, I'll actually be brave and show you the beginning stages. Like, we'll start it together, because I know I kind of bypassed a lot of my process. How does it look? I'm so excited! Okay, hold up. Where's the other one I was working on? Hang on. Sorry, y'all. We are caffeinated. I'm gonna turn this camera off real quick because I don't want it. I'm wearing pajamas. I'm wearing pajamas and I don't want you to see them. Okay, hang on. Okay. Where am I? There we go. So this is what an infant stage, a fledgling stage piece looks like. It is still very bare bones. I'll talk about the inspiration. I actually had gone, we were talking earlier about the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, and I went, because it's shout out, that museum freaking rocks, and it's free to Los Angeles residents on weekdays after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I had gone one afternoon just for free to treat myself to some inspo. And I saw this sculpture. I actually have it pulled up. I'll share the name and the artist. It's called Yara 2. Yara spelled Y-A-R-A by Jacques Lipschitz, who is from Lithuania. And it is a bronze sculpture. So it's interesting that I got inspo from like this sick sculpture that I usually kind of just walk right past the sculpture because I'm there for the paintings, you know, that's like my bread and butter. And Life and Death, Baby Che, Hades, we do have to do the Hades one next, Lord Insidious, yes. Looks like Prometheus. Oh, I didn't even think about that, Alice. And so that sculpture, I read on the description plaque near it that it is about the Yara is kind of like this mythological mermaid creature who lures men to their death. And low-key, I was also listening to some heavy metal. I was kind of going through it. I was in my feels a little bit, so I was listening to this heavy metal song that I wish I could play for y'all, but we would get demonetized on site because it's kind of just like about female rage. It's awesome. But it's great if you have like enemies or haters and you're trying to, or just if somebody's pissing you off in your life and you need to just like purge it and get it out with catharsis. So I was thinking about like those themes of like female rage and like this mermaid creature figure who traps men. And then I thought of, you can't really tell here in her features right now, but I was like, you know, the Venus flytrap, that could be a very interesting imagery to do for her eyes and kind of have this like mermaid poison ivy amphibious angelic / demonic female figure, you know, to give her kind of like aquatic like webbed fingers, maybe, I don't know, maybe some scales. She's holding a skull right now. I think I'm gonna change this because you can't really tell. It's another bird motif. I had like a raven, a miniature raven sitting in the eye here, but I think I want to do something else, like a crab or something, because it's meant to be, I think I decided I want it to be like underwater, watery. This like watery grave for this man who wronged her, whoever the skull is. I don't know. So that's a little bit of yeah, it's a sketch inspired by like that sculpture, also inspired by some heavy metal. By the way, Sleep Token, they are like Sith now. They are, Alice. We spent like a whole hour of today's stream talking about Sleep Token and how they're so like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Nazgul coded, Vikings coded, the seer from Vikings. So bodies hit the floor. Exactly, Charlie. Heavy metal. So this I might try to whip this one out quicker. Do a little palette cleanser before we do something as immersive as Persephone over there. But holy frick, y'all, I love how that came out. I'm so excited. So we'll see. Give me a few more days to hone this one, but who knows? Maybe even this weekend we'll do a little Sunday paint stream or something. I learned a lot about Sleep Token today. Me too, in rediscovering the jump scare that was Googling them for the first time. And I just will never be able to not see that, and so I'm sorry that I had to bring y'all down with me and show the comparison between them, their frontman, and the seer from Vikings. I couldn't keep living with that on my soul. I had to share it. So yeah, we'll see. Oh my god, I'm just really happy right now, y'all. I'm happy. This was a great day. I'm delirious. You're teaching Sunday. No, frick. Rats. Sorry, Annabelle. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow. I might work on this more tonight, hone it. Who knows? Actually, no, I need a break, actually. That would be so much back to back. We're virgin on 6 hours, y'all, so I'm gonna go. Remember to, Alice, I see who's talking about the cats. Insidious, mind wipe yourselves, or I'll delete this. Don't make me delete this. Don't make me put this in the archives. If y'all want to be able to rewatch it, watch yourselves. No, I gotta watch myself next time. I was not the wordsmith today. I was anything but. And that was pre-caffeine. That was before we had the flavored water flowing through our veins. So, yeah, I feel like I'm ending these so anticlimactically. It's like, how else do you wrap up a almost 6 hour stream? But thank you guys so freaking much for watching. Oh my god. I'll end on this. Just let me be mushy for a second. Oh, here's the white I was looking for earlier. You can see I've used it. It's done. I've not felt this invigorated about. I told you guys, I bared my soul. Art is my earliest passion, and it will be my lifelong passion. And I know I have a lot of other things, a lot of other plates in the air, you know, trying to do acting and stuff like that, but this will always be what I come back to. And I've been feeling so separated and disconnected from it lately, to the point, as I told you guys, that I put it on the back burner, whether intentionally or subconsciously, as a form of procrastination, because I was so fearful that it had been so long since I'd made paintings again like this that I didn't even know if I still had it in me. And by integrating you guys into this process and making it a communal thing here in my rediscovery of my craft, I cannot even express how beneficial this has been to. And I don't say that from a place of like, oh yes, give me views, yeah, like I need the ad revenue. It's not coming from a YouTube standpoint of, oh my god, I'm so glad this many people are watching my streams. I'm just so, it's from the artistic standpoint of, like, I feel like I have moral support, and we're not all in the same room, I know that, but the support that y'all are still able to offer, the energy, the motivation and encouragement, I only wish that I had started doing this sooner. And even then, as I said, I feel stupid forever questioning doing this and being afraid to show you guys this part of myself, when at my core this is the deepest part of myself, and I had lost it for so freaking long, to the point that I felt so much shame. Honestly, that's why I'm just overcome with I'll cry but I really, it's just to thank you guys. I really was so nervous to get back to this, because I genuinely was like, what if I lost my touch and I can't do this anymore? Because art isn't exactly like riding a bike, you know, you gotta hone it. It's a muscle, like I was saying earlier. To even just have any ideas of what to paint is a muscle in and of itself, and I had not worked it for a shameful amount of time. That's the best way I can describe it. Shame. I was just shamed that I was like just wasting my degree, not painting, not doing any of this. And so I can't express enough what you guys being here means and how rejuvenating it has been to not only get back into it, but to have your guys' full support, and to hear from some of you that these have been like your favorite streams. I could not even have predicted or hoped for that. You know, I just hoped that even one person would be watching, you know, like, so you guys have just surpassed my, I can't, I know I'm really mushy, but I'm trying to hammer in how just grateful I am that you guys have been so receptive and excited about this, the deepest part of my soul, which is my art and my reclaiming of it, trying to reclaim our powers. So thank you guys. Sorry to be mushy. Thank you for sharing this with us, Kat. We love you lots. I love you guys right back. These painting streams are awesome. Literally, like, you guys are seriously so amazing. These painting streams are not just beneficial for you, but it's helping to get me back into drawing and painting. Like, geez, that's the biggest win. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad it's been helpful. I thoroughly enjoyed this. It's so fun, therapeutic stuff. Like, you guys are gassing me the frick up. We may not be in the same room, but we're all here for each other. Exactly, Lord Insidious. Yes, stop. You guys, you and Tom have impacted mine and our lives more than you know just by simply stream. Like, I am gonna cry. I will cry. So, gotta watch the next stream. Yeah, thank you guys. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Beyond watching you paint, which is great on its own. I love the Star Wars ramen blood pudding discussions, as well as exposure therapy to cats. Super fun and chill. Thank you, Catching Z's. Just thank you all. Great stream. Have a great day / night. Be mushy. I am. Y'all, I feel comfortable being mushy with you guys. Y'all really are like my friends. And I'm not gonna get sick of these. We're just getting started, so let's get locked in for next week. Next time. Get ready for piece number 3. Yeah, y'all. We gotta get back to it. We gotta get back to it. So on that note, thank you so much. We're gonna go celebrate Tom's birthday and have some fun. And we'll get cracking on the next one. Until then, oh my god, I freaking love you guys. You guys are ride or dies. Thank you so freaking much. Whether you've been here since the OG days or whether this was your first time watching, you're an OG regardless. And it means the world to me. All right. Gonna go drink some more flavored water, y'all. I love you guys. Take care. Have a great rest of your week, your day, night, morning, evening, 3 a.m., wherever you may be. Have a great weekend ahead. And I'll catch you the next time I catch you. Sorry. I just got a second wave. Oh, God. All right. Love you guys. Bye, guys.